Amasa is the world leader in the manufacture of equipment for canned fish. For half a century, our company has been ahead of the market, proposing new machines, new stimuli to the sector. Each model we patent increases the productivity or efficiency of the previous one.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that short video from our major sponsors for this event. And I take this time to acknowledge and appreciate our major sponsors, Setlink, Digital Observer Services, NAXA, Holland, and Amasa. We would also like to acknowledge the sponsors for the INFOFISH World Tuna 2021 Conference and Exhibition, Marine Instruments, BIFCO, and ANSYS. Thank you so much for your kind contribution and investing in our event. A very good morning, a very good afternoon, and very good evening to all the 100+ participants that have just joined in from across the region and across the globe. Welcome to this INFOFISH Tuna 2021 virtual prelude. My name is Ati Melekitokanasinga, and I'm the Trade Promotion Officer for INFOFISH. Before we begin the program proper, allow me to share with you the guidelines on how you can participate in this prelude event. We have our Spanish interpretation going on in the background. So for those Spanish speaking participants, you can click on the interpretation tab at the bottom of the screen and select Spanish to listen to the interpretation. Secondly, we encourage participants to submit questions to the speakers. So please use the Q&A tab on the bottom of the screen and not the chat box. So please make sure to include the name of the speaker that you would like to address your questions to. We will have these questions live, and we will also get the speakers to answer the questions by typing them out. Thirdly, we have poll questions on the screen now. We appreciate if you could take time to answer these poll questions now or towards the end of this prelude event. Also, we would like you to provide your feedback on today's prelude event on the chat box, as this will help us to improve in organizing our future events. For those that would like to get copies of all the presentations, we will have the recording of this prelude event onto our YouTube channel in a few days' time. So if you'd like to watch the recording, please subscribe now onto our channel to get notification on the recording being uploaded. We will also be sharing the link to our YouTube channel on the chat box. So to kickstart our Prelude event, allow me to introduce to you our chair and moderator for this Prelude, who is none other than the Deputy Director for FAO Fisheries Division, Dr. Audun Lam. So Dr. Audun Lam, Dr. Audun Lam has been with FAO since 1996 for many years, and he was also the Secretary of the FAO's Coffee Subcommittee on Trade, the main international body for discussion and recommendations on trade and market issues in the sector. I warmly welcome Dr. Audun Lam, and now I give the floor to him to take over the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Api, and welcome to everyone to this virtual prelude. As you know, this is a prelude to the physical meeting to be held next year in Bangkok in May. And we are very excited to have this program with a number of sessions with speakers, participants, panelists from all over the world, and also an audience that I can see spanning the entire globe, despite the very early morning, at least for us in Rome. It's 5:30 in the morning, so I greet you before the sun has risen over the city of Rome. We have, as I said, 3 sessions. We've got 4 hours. We would like to dedicate as much time as possible to the questions and answer sessions, to hear from you as participants, to hear your inputs, your questions, and I have the responsibility to share the questions with the panelists and then answer them as many of as we can. I'd now like to give the floor to the director of INFOFISH, the main organizer of this event, Charlene Antonasami, the managing director of INFOFISH, who's been organizing the physical tuna conferences for a number of years. So, Charlene, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Audun, very much, and also for your time here. All courtesies observed. Hello, everyone, and welcome to INFOFISH Tuna 2021 Virtual Prelude. We hope all of you are safe and in good health. It's really very nice to see such a huge attendance here today, as Dr. Audun mentioned, spanning different time zones and also from all facets of the global tuna industry. This only goes to show how significant this billion-dollar industry is, no less diminished in its importance in spite of the COVID-19. We thank you all for your time being here in spite of the various varying standard times. We really do appreciate your time. The extent to which this pandemic has impacted our industry, as well as other sectors across the globe since early this year, it continues to do so, is reflected in the various news that have mushroomed, what the world likes to call the new normal. And that includes new developments and new trends, all driven by the lockdowns, trade and travel restrictions, disruptions in the distribution channels, and so on. Surprisingly, not a day goes by without COVID-19 being part of our thoughts or communication. For us at INFOFISH, the pandemic has forced us to postpone Tuna 2020, the 16th INFOFISH World Tuna Trade Conference and Exhibition, which was originally scheduled to take place in May this year in Bangkok. This flagship event will now be held in May 2021. The decision to reschedule was made in consultation with the Thai tuna industry and the chairman of the conference, Mr. Phil Roberts. It was the most difficult one, but assuring it was driven by our collective sense of responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of everyone, the delegates, the exhibitors, co-organizers, sponsors, supporters, collaborators, and visitors, and all those who would have otherwise traveled to be at the event this year. Nevertheless, recognizing the continued importance of the global tuna industry and in line with INFOFISH mandate to serve as a repository of industry information, we have organized a series of webinars since April this year to discuss the prevailing issues and trends emerging trends, not only related to tuna, but also on other topics. Our sincere thanks to all of you who have been following these webinars and for your participation. We are really encouraged by the unwavering interest we've received, and we will continue to find ever better ways to serve the industry. We are very honored to have today the keynote address delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Peter Thompson, UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for the Ocean, and we would also like to record our appreciation for His Excellency's time and message. Let me also record our appreciation to FAO Globefish for their support in organizing this prelude, and special thanks to Dr. Audun Lam for agreeing to chair and moderate this session. And to all the esteemed panelists, thank you very much for your time in being here. It's really a challenge to find a time zone suitable for all presenters, so your sacrifice is really much appreciated. Before I end, it gives me great pleasure to announce again that the 16th INFOFISH World Tuna Trade Conference and Exhibition will now take place from 19 to 21st May 2021. However, mindful of the uncertainty of issues such as closed borders, travel restrictions, quarantines, vaccines, and so on, we will be holding the conference virtually. It will be a fully virtual conference, and rest assured the conference program will be crafted to cover topics aligned with the changing landscape, new protocols, the wave of digital transformation. We've seen that taking place tremendously over the past couple of months, throughout the whole value chain, and of course, more exciting topics. We're also happy to inform you that exhibitors will be able to reach out to their audience just as if they were present in person. So do look out for our updates soon. Forgetting, we have a very special promo discount for those who are here today. We look forward to your continued support of our Tuna Conference and Exhibition in May 2021. Rest assured, we, together with our partners, remain resolute in working towards successfully organizing this biggest event in the Tuna calendar virtually next year. Thank you everyone again, and wishing you fruitful deliberations today.
Thank you very much, Charlene. Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding us about the holding as planned, though in a virtual dimension, the real Tuna conference in May next year. I was almost going to say in Bangkok, but a virtual one in May next year. So let me now give the floor to the chairman of the conference, which is Mr. Phil Roberts. He is managing director of Tri-Marine International, the leading supplier of tuna to the world's industry. He has a lifetime career in the seafood and tuna sector, and he can speak with authority when he is delving into the intricacies of the tuna sector. So in all its dimensions, whether it's production, supplies, markets, or the dimension of sustainability. So Phil Roberts, please, the floor is yours. You are muted, sir.
I think that's better, isn't it?
Yes, much better.
We're still to master all these technical issues, right? Anyway, thank you very much, Doctor and Shirley. And welcome and thanks to all of you who joined us today. When we last met virtually in June of this year, the COVID pandemic had been with us for just 6 months. By now, we're into the 10th month. And while some countries seem to have the situation under control, elsewhere, the virus continues to spread with tragic consequences. We talked in June about how our industry had coped, the challenges it faced, the impact of lower fuel prices, and what the future held. We could have asked ourselves the same questions today and report that the industry has coped quite well in spite of many challenges. lower energy prices have helped, but the seafood segment of the industry, the seagoing segment of the industry, continues to face many travel-related and health challenges. If we haven't seen major disruption and downtime across the processing and catching sectors, that's a tribute to effective management and responsible workforces at all levels. In spite of all this, the future remains positive, I believe, although most certainly somewhat different. We have seen increases in consumer demand for finished goods, but also steep declines in the food service sector. Catching this year has generally not been very good, but tuna prices have not been very strong either. The big question facing many businesses globally is, when will we return to something resembling the pre-COVID world? I'm not one of the pessimists who might answer never, but it seems clear that we may not see a return to pre-COVID life for some time, and almost certainly not in the year ahead. The pandemic has certainly cast a light on many issues. This year's numerous extreme weather events have reminded us yet again of the perils associated with climate change. Sustainability issues have been prominent, both for natural resources and socially. Humankind's desolation of the natural world is increasingly evident, and the working conditions of some of those working in our industry, most particularly at sea, have taken on a greater and long overdue sense of urgency in today's situation. Those of us lucky enough to have had our crash course in video conferencing because we were able to work from home are probably doing quite well. But I'm sure there's going to be an acceleration in the take-up of other technologies, including electronic monitoring, e-reporting, and e-auditing. And we're already seeing a lot of that taking place. I want to take this opportunity again to make special mention of and give thanks to those of our people who work at the front lines of our industry, most particularly those at sea and working in our ports, processing plants, and logistic chains. Our businesses would have ground to a halt without them, and we appreciate their dedication. In addition to the usual supply updates, our program today reflects the important themes of sustainability and technology, with presentations by specialists in those areas. There could hardly be a more apt time to hear and discuss them. Thanks again to all of you who joined us, and particularly those who've done so at unusual and irregular hours. I hope you all find the program interesting, useful, and food for thought. It may be some time before we can have the pleasure of seeing ourselves in person again, but meanwhile, technology helps us to stay closely in touch. Please enjoy the program, and I know that INFOFISH will be very interested to hear any feedback you may have. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Bill, and especially for mentioning the well-being of all those who really are on the front line in the tuna industry and the seafood sector in general. It's easy for us to be in our offices or from our homes, but we have to honor those who are at the forefront and every day really facing the difficulties and challenges of being actually physically at the workstations, whether it's on board fishing vessels or in processing or in distribution or trade. Now we have a special address by Ambassador Peter Thompson, former ambassador of Fiji to the United Nations. He's now the special envoy to the UN Secretary General for the ocean, and also one of the key persons in the planning and an implementation of the large conference next year on the UN Our Ocean conference. Now, the special address, please, by Peter Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, all courtesy is observed and greetings to everyone gathered here with us in cyberspace at the 16th INFOFISH World Tuna Conference pre-event. Whatever your circumstances in these trying times, I hope that you and your families are safe and well. To open our thought processes today, I'll start by saying something that might seem a little on the callous side. This is that a major global pandemic has been coming at us now for some time, and that we were duly warned. For at least 2 decades now, global health authorities have been alerting us to the fact that the world was overdue for the next big viral pandemic, with particular emphasis on the dangers arising from intense juxtaposition of pigs, poultry, and humans, and the perils of zoonotic diseases developing out of widely degrading natural habitats. We were warned, and here in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, most governments would relish a means to turn back the clock in order to better heed those warnings and more stringently impose the protocols prepared for looming pandemic. I make this point because there are many other pertinent global warnings based on the consensus of the best of our scientific authorities, to which too many blithely or fatalistically turn a blind eye. I refer you in particular to the major reports coming out of IPCC and IPBES in recent years, warning of the potentially disastrous course of the climate crisis and the rapid dwindling of biodiversity. These led the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres in his address to the Blue COP in Madrid last December to say that we are knowingly destroying the life support systems of our planet. On the basis of our COVID-19 experience, the question has to be asked of these alerts: are we doing enough now to mitigate and adapt? One of the key lessons of the COVID pandemic is that we are dependent upon balance between each other and the natural world. Thus, not even the exigencies of the pandemic are justification for eroding the meager protections and actions we have in place to create that balance. In that regard, existing and nascent measures of conservation, such as marine protected areas, should be sacrosanct. And if we're to have a future in harmony with what remains of the natural world, we have arrived at the decade in which we are required to transform our patterns of consumption, production, and yes, habitat destruction, or suffer the bitter consequences. We must end the plague of plastic pollution of the ocean, of discarded fishing gear, of illegal and damaging fishing practices, and we must stop the alteration of the temperature and chemical composition of the ocean with our anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions before it's too late. No healthy planet without a healthy ocean. Thus, for our collective well-being, we must face up the reality of our times and make the required transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, in pursuit of best practices of fisheries management, regional fisheries management organizations are a vital cog in our movement towards sustainable use of the ocean's resources. We now have most of the knowledge and fisheries management experience required to reverse the long disappointing trends on overfishing. FAO has found that where fisheries are intensively managed, stocks are consistently above target levels or are rebuilding. FAO has also determined that where political will for prioritizing sustainable fisheries management is present, and there is meaningful involvement of local communities in ecosystem management efforts, the tide can be turned on threatened marine resources, rebuilding of depleted stocks, and restoration of degraded habitats. I should also say that recent academic research shows that countries which have adopted intensive scientific-based management systems have achieved or are achieving the maximum sustainable yield goals aimed at protecting ecosystems and biodiversity. From these facts, it's not unreasonable to find cause for optimism. Do the right things with the right required level of effort, and we can achieve SDG 14 in due course. FAO is adamant that management is the best form of conservation, so we're heavily dependent on proper functioning of the RFMOs to achieve our goal of sustainability. RFMOs are not sacred cows, and we know that some, particularly the underfinanced ones of the South, are not functioning well. The fact that 34% of global fish stocks are being overfished shows that we have work to do. As well as harvest strategies, many RFMO decisions are pending, including 100% human and/or electronic observer coverage of industrial fisheries, reform of transshipment regulations, observer safety, and the development of comprehensive FAD management programs. In this regard, I'd like to take a moment to commend the work of the Global Tuna Alliance, operating with the support of the World Economic Forum and Friends of Ocean Action. The Global Tuna Alliance is an independent group of retailers and tuna supply chain companies who are committed to realizing harvest strategies for the world's tuna fisheries. The Alliance believes that harvest strategies, which include pre-agreed frameworks for making fisheries management decisions, including changing limits to catch or effort, would help move beyond the current political gridlock too often seen in the tuna RFMOs. The Alliance and so many other actors in the NGO and civil society space are to be commended for their unflagging commitment to our better management of the resources of the ocean and the best interests of sustainability. Let me say again that the complications of RFMOs meeting during the pandemic are acknowledged, but where there's a will, there's a way. And everyone from the United Nations General Assembly to the parliaments of the world are finding ways to convene, deliberate, and decide. Ladies and gentlemen, each stage of the fisheries and aquaculture supply chain is susceptible to disruption by impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Whether it be reduced harvesting with many fishers and harvesters unable to work, changing consumer demand and its concerns regarding food safety, and or market access and logistics problems related to transportation and border restrictions. In all these concerns, we must bring realistic solutions to bear. To reduce the risks associated with relaxed observer and transshipment regulations and reduced monitoring and surveillance, we must call on governments to prioritize the strengthening of port-state measures, specifically on controls at the point of port-based transshipment and landing. Likewise, we must call on flag states, which have secured RFMO relaxation of regulations during the COVID pandemic, to prioritize electronic vessel monitoring, increase VMS reporting, and broadcasting AIS data, as well as by supporting a high standard of port-state measures implementation, both domestically and at foreign ports where vessels are landing or transshipping catch. SDG 14.4 demands that we effectively regulate and end overfishing, IUU fishing, and destructive fishing practices, and implement science-based management plans to restore fish stocks in the shortest time feasible, at least to levels that can produce maximum sustainable yield as determined by their biological characteristics. These are not hollow words. In 2015, they were consensually agreed to by the leaders of every member state of the United Nations, and our job is to faithfully implement them. Let's be honest with ourselves, we will not succeed in hitting the 2020 deadline called for under SDG 14.4. But let us also be resolute that our work to achieve the target will not slow up as a result. The UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development gets underway next year, a decade which, when combined with the ongoing work of SDG 14, will give us the science that we need for the ocean we want. Ladies and gentlemen, no surrender on this. The saying goes, the only constant is change, and there's no doubting these days that the times they are changing. When, as it will, the COVID-19 pandemic retreats, what new world will we enter as the inevitably tough times of the recovery phase evolve? For the sake of your children and those that come after them, I urge you to lift your gaze up to view the blue-green recovery road that runs up ahead, a post-pandemic recovery road that embraces priorities of fostering sustainable economic development, of creating mass employment, and promoting greater social equity. It is the road that will take us to carbon neutrality by 2050, a road on which we will reset our relationship with nature to one of respect and balance. Logic demands it is the prudent road to travel. But courage is required to set off. There are so many steps to take. So much has to be left behind in order to get to the security of carbon neutrality by 2050. Lift up your gaze and you will see that we are many and the young are with us, and that science and innovation are at hand as our trusty tools. I'd like to make the point that the sustainable blue economy is one of the most reliable stepping stones of the blue-green recovery road. By way of example, I commend to you one of the recent reports issued by the high-level panel entitled A Sustainable Ocean Economy for 2050, Approximating Its Benefits and Costs. The report provides very positive findings, including the fact that, after expert economic analysis, on the whole, sustainable ocean-based investments yield benefits at least 5 times greater than their costs. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the sustainable blue economy upon which human security will lean so heavily in coming years. To arrive at that conclusion, the report's authors examined 4 ocean-based policy interventions: conserving and restoring mangrove habitats, scaling up offshore wind production, decarbonizing the international shipping sector, and increasing production of sustainably sourced ocean-based proteins to ensure a healthy, balanced human diet by 2050. The report's analysis demonstrates that over a period of 30 years, investing between $2 and $3.7 trillion globally across these 4 years would generate a net benefit of between $8 and $22.8 trillion. Obviously, wider awareness of these handsome returns on investment will strengthen the economic imperative for action, and thereby support our overall quest for a healthy ocean. I therefore hope, whether you represent public or private sector interests, that you'll propagate the awareness of these latest findings of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'm sure you know that the United Nations General Assembly has mandated the holding of the next UN Ocean Conference. It's to be held in Lisbon and be co-hosted by the governments of Kenya and Portugal. Because of the pandemic, the conference has been postponed until 2021, with confirmed dates to be announced once the course of the COVID pandemic is clearer. In the meantime, step-by-step preparations for the conference are proceeding, and there are many things about it which are already certain. The first is that fisheries will be a major element of consideration. This is so because Sustainable Development Goal 14 contains 4 crucial targets that mature in 2020. And as most of you know, one of these targets, SDG 14.4, sets out to effectively regulate harvesting and overfishing, RU fishing, and destructive fishing. Another is that science, innovation, partnerships, and solutions will be infused into the work of the conference. This is guaranteed, as the UN member states in their wisdom decided as such in designating the conference theme. A third is the fact that the co-hosts are determined to oversee a conference that will emulate its 2017 predecessor by being a global game changer for ocean action, all in support of SDG 14's successful implementation. In Lisbon, we'll put out more sail that we may be best equipped for the rigors, full discovery, and new understandings of the decade-long voyage that lies before us. I hope to see you in Lisbon next year, that we may gather together once more in our common purpose of scientifically managing the resources and well-being of the ocean. And I thank you for your kind attention to my words.
Ambassador Thompson, thank you very much for those welcoming remarks, and also for mentioning again the holding of the UN Ocean Conference to take place next year, and especially underlining the inclusion of so many relevant targets and indicators on fisheries, including tuna, in the SDG 14 life below water. This concludes our opening session, and let's move now into the real meat of this conference, which is the sessions with panelists really highlighting the situation in the sector, whether it's production, supply, markets, use of technology, innovation, certification, etc. We have 3 sessions now in front of us. We'll have a small break at some stage with the showing of a few videos. There will be ample time for the audience to write us questions, and I will take the responsibility to bring those questions, some of those questions, not all, I hope, to the panelists. So now let me welcome you to the first session, which is the one dealing with global resources, supply, industry status, and an update of the situation in the sector. We have 3 engaging speakers. We have my colleague Stefania Manuccini from the FAO, We got Herman Wiss from GSSI, the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative, and we got from the industry itself, Dr. Sharin Chalisaparong from the Thai Tuna Industry Association, where he is the president. So let me now give first the floor to my colleague from the FAO, Stefania Vannuccini. Stefania is the FAO Senior Fishery Officer responsible for statistics and both for fisheries and aquaculture. She's also an expert in trade, including in trade in tuna products. And she will show you now an overview of the status of the sector, in particular in relation to tuna resources. Stefania, please.
Good morning, good afternoon and evening, depending where you are, to all of you, and thank you, Audun. First of all, apologies for not switching my camera on, but I'm experiencing a few issues with the internet today. My presentation, as the title indicates, will provide an overview of global tuna supply, trade, and markets. Just one remark: the statistics that will be shown in the presentation refer to FAO statistics, FishStat, collected from member countries, and in the case of tuna, also integrated with the different data coming from the regional fisheries management organizations in charge of tuna. Let's start with an overview of key facts related to the tuna sector in 2018. That's the last year for comprehensive statistics from FAO. Tuna catches represented about 6% of the volume and 8% of the value of total world capture fisheries production. Asian countries caught 52% of those catches, followed by Latin America and Oceania. Developing countries caught 82% of the total tuna catches. Tuna is really important also in terms of trade, representing 9% of the total value and 8% of the total quantities on fish and fishery exports. And Asian countries exported 50% of the value, while Europe was the top region in terms of imports, importing 37% of the tuna imports. Let's now concentrate and look at how these trends are. And here in the presentation, you will notice that I often will present data separately by main tunas that are the Tunus species and skipjack, and the other tunas that include bonitos and tunus. And you can see here that with some fluctuations, the catches have really increased during the last decade, starting from 1950, where there were less than 500,000 tons to more than 6 million in 2018. And looking at the production, you will notice here I will present often statistics comparing 1998 to 2018. And you will notice from this graph to the following one that not major changes have occurred in terms of the key areas in which they have been caught. But overall, the top fishing area that is the Pacific Western Central has increased from 14% of the catches to 46%. And the Indian Ocean Western has increased from 18%. So the catches are quite concentrated in terms of fishing areas. In terms of the countries, already mentioned that Asia is the top one in terms, and has always been. But in terms of countries, despite this concentration, the production has increased in many other countries. And in 2018, there were more than 133 countries reporting tuna catches. So there are many countries involved. But there have been changes in terms of countries' composition. While in 1998, tuna, Japan was the top producing countries, now is Indonesia, followed by Philippines and many others. Here there are a few ones. And here you can see how this has evolved according to the years. Despite the production, more than half of, in this list, there are 8 countries, more than half is still produced by many other countries. So it's, there are many countries, many actors involved in production. In terms of exports, tuna is widely exported, and it's really it's exported in many different forms. And landed tuna really go from one country to the other for further processing. And the same tuna can cross, in a way, different borders before final consumption. Tuna trade, as you can also see in this slide, has really increased in the last decades. It reached nearly 15 billion in US dollar in 2018. A few fluctuations were experienced, and especially during the last 2 decades, but these are not really specific to tuna, but to overall trade contractions, also due to the overall economic situation. So the overall trends has been very positive during the last decades. In terms of product forms, prepare and preserved are the one that are most exported, but there is also a big increase in exports of frozen, but fresh and frozen fillets that form countries that often catch the tuna and then send to other countries for further processing, and this also occurs in forms of loins. While cured exports are always so dried and salted as is very limited. In terms of countries, more, let's say, countries are involved compared to the production side, as mentioned before, because there are many countries that are importing and then re-exporting. And these numbers, and you can see the colors in these maps compared to the 1998 ones, have, let's say, are more than before. And but it's in terms of exports, there's been also a change. Taiwan, province of China, was the top exporters, and in 1998, and now is Thailand, and this was really relevant also in 1998. And there are many others, Spain, Ecuador, as key actors. And here are the trends. Really for Thailand, and it's really a big share of the exports. In terms of imports, clearly there are more countries involved, and these numbers and these colors in this map have, let's say, there are only just 2-3 countries in this map that didn't report any imports at all. And I think it's one of the products that is consumed and in all countries in the world in different product forms. And for the countries that are not listed here, there might be also issues linked to their statistics. But I think it's one of the products that we see in this map that is been reporting imports for all countries in the world. That is really impressive. The imports, there's been slight changes. Japan is the top producers rather now, followed by the United States of America. Thailand is also a big importer because in addition to its to the catch, the countries, let's say, has for tunas, there are also quite relevant imports of raw material for further processing, and raw material also important from Spain and Italy, where also in France, where also canning industry are quite relevant. In terms of the, and here you will see the trends. I will show you now some of the trade flows. Africa represents 2% of the imports in 2018. And you can see the countries realize it's the self-sufficiency in terms of, let's say, own production is quite limited. And the big imports more from the Europe and followed by Asia. In terms of the Asian countries, let's say it's clearly the countries is the top producer, the top exporter, and imports also quite significant amounts. But as mentioned before, these are mainly of raw material for further processing for the tuna industry, but there are also imports for human consumption as well. North America, it's practically the 70% of the imports represent 13% of the imports at world level of the tuna in 2018, and 70% of those imports were originating from Asian countries and 16% from Latin America. Latin America and Caribbean, there is say a lot of the consumption it's done with local production, but there are also imports from Asian countries. However, the overall amount of tuna imports in Latin America and Caribbean is very limited, representing 1% of the whole imports. On the opposite, Europe is the region importing more tunas than all the others, with 37% of the imports. And you can see in the slide that practically in addition to 32% that is intra-regional trade, there are quite big, say, nearly 20% each from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So it's, I think this overall picture, it's quite interesting to see how the trends, the trade flows work. Oceania, it's representing 32% of the imports. Sorry, there is a mistake, 3% of the imports, and 95% are from Asian countries. But these are the data up to 2018. Clearly, these trends have, that's the latest years for which comprehensive statistics are available. In 2019, the global supplies of tuna catches have fluctuated along the years, and there are differences according to the species and areas. There has been, there should be a slight decline overall compared to 2018. Trade was still very high, but prices, as you will see in a few seconds, have declined. For the 2020, clearly there is a major impact of the COVID-19, but this has been changing according to the months and according also to the product forms. While there's been a contraction in several countries in exports and imports in fresh and frozen forms, and so of raw material for the processing industry, but also for the sashimi and sushi related consumption. On the opposite, there has been quite a boom in some countries in exports and imports of canned tuna that has been in the other prepared and preserved product forms. So there has been changes, and this is still fluctuating according to the countries, and especially according to the countries more affected by the pandemic. Often tunas, and we have seen, for example, here, also in Italy, in the supermarkets, in the first days of the lockdown, practically the supermarkets have really sold all their canned tuna because people wanted to have tunas in their homes, and so this has been changing. In summer, things have changed in the Western countries, but as I said, it's it's still the paths are different and continues to differ according to the countries and the region. I was mentioning the prices. FAO is responsible, let's say, is producing the FAO Fish Price Index, and this last one, the latest data refer to August 2020. And you can see here as a basis of 2014, 2016 equivalent to 100, how the prices overall have been rather high, but have been quite impacted by the COVID with a decline, but also with some fluctuation going up recently. And interesting to see that the prices for capture fisheries have been, let's say, been higher, and so the major impact of the COVID, it's really looks like more on the aquaculture products up to now. And here in this graph that's quite confused because there are many lines, you will see the different products that compose the different groups of species that compose the FAO fish price indexes. And you will see tuna in red in all this slide. And often tuna has been higher than in fluctuation than the other species. But overall has experienced a quite, decline at the beginning in 2019. And you can see here better. Has been from 2018 to down, has been declining quite significantly the prices. But with the pandemic, there has been a slight increase for some the pressure on some of the product forms, and the trends are overall rather positive according to the first months. But the pandemic clearly makes the future still unclear, and as also indicated in the opening speech, there will be most probably another year, or we hope less of impact. We hope that will not be more than that. But clearly, the trends will change after let's say, the COVID. And there are many different factors that can influence the future change in terms of the fish demand. Here I listed some of them, but the list is clearly not exhaustive. But overall, the fish demand has been in increase. The overall fish consumption has been increasing significantly from 9%, from 9 kilos in the 1960s to more than 20.5 kilos in recent years. So the trends are for continuous growth of the sector that is adjusting to the COVID situation, but as was particularly, let's say, vulnerable as well. In terms of the supply, the trends indicates that major increase will depend on aquaculture in the future, but with the proper management of the resources, more cautious and effective, catches can continue to stay at similar level, but also potentially to grow. And this is an important message to say. But at the same time, there are many issues, constraints, and challenges affecting the sector. Here, also in this case, the list is not exhaustive, but there are many factors talking from the resources, the environment, the socioeconomic and governance aspects. Sorry, I was not to... just a second, because I want to continue the presentation. I did, let's say, I touched a button that I shouldn't touch, and I was mentioning there are many factors affecting the sector. And one important one is the climate change. And you can see here the areas in red that are the most affected ones. And this is particularly relevant for tunas because it's already moving some of the species. And we've seen in the Oceania and so on. And this will represent something that might have a major impact on the tunas, and especially for the countries depending on the sector, and especially in the Oceania, but also in the Asian countries, this the industry is really important. And just to show this publication of FAO that released 2 years ago, that is still very relevant for the people that want to know something more on what can be the potential impact, and is covering different fishing areas. And so this is the theme of this webinar, that it's really important that there will be more food demanded in the future, but the way we produce more food cannot be at the expense of the planet. And the sustainability of fisheries and aquaculture production is really crucial to the livelihood and food security and nutrition of billions of people. And so it's the fishery sustainability is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And Dr. Thompson mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals and in particular SDG 14, life underwater. And he can see here in this famous, let's say, graph that's published in Sofia every 2 years, the state of fisheries resources. And the biological and sustainable status of stocks has been deteriorating in the last few years. But it's also important to see that nearly 79% of the fish landings are coming from biological sustainable stocks, and that the tuna species, nearly 67% are sustainably fished. So with a slight improvement from 2015. So with proper management of the resources, things can change, and this is essential. And this we have to really change these trends of the biological and sustainable situation. And you can see here in these maps the areas, and especially the one rounded in red, are the one, let's say, experiencing more problems. So this is it's really important to take into account. And on this respect, our flagship publication, The State of World Fisheries and Aquaculture, Sofia 2020, that was released in July, is an issue, let's say, specifically focused on sustainability in action. So I suggest you to read it. There are many important elements in this publication, including what can be really done for the sustainability in action. And thank you very much. And just here to close with all the way you can access our statistics. And thank you very much. And sorry for the problems experienced a few seconds ago. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Stefania, for all that information. And also thank you very much for reminding us that with proper management, it is possible to improve the situation of stocks, and also the very encouraging experience from the tuna industry and the tuna sector, where 10% of stocks improvement now to a very positive change. So it shows with efforts, concerted efforts, with industry involvement, it is possible to achieve important results. So the experience from the tuna industry here is very positive. Now let's move on to the next speaker, Herman Wisse, Managing Director of GSSI, the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative. Herman, of course, has, despite his young age, a long experience, both as a consultant to FAO in GSSI, where he has moved GSSI really forward to become a global player in certification and standard setting or in benchmarking of standard. And it's an initiative that we've seen with interest grow. and to include more and more schemes, and also to broaden somewhat its scope in terms of taking on new dimensions of sustainability beyond that only of resource sustainability. So Herman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Audun, for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me to speak here. Bear with me, I'm trying to share my screen, but I can't seem to see. Let me see. Can we see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Okay. Apologies for that small hiccup. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to INFOFISH to invite me to speak again at the International Tuna Conference. I've been asked today to give an overview about the sustainability in the tuna industry, some developments and trends, and I will try to do that as well by linking it to some of the global developments that are taking place. I will start and give a short introduction about the GSSI and what we do, and then I will link that to some of the trends and developments in tuna sustainability industry, and hopefully also some recommendations and calls to actions building on the inspiring speech of Peter Thompson this morning on how we can work together to ensure that we have sustainable tuna supplies and food into the future to come. So for those who are not familiar with the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative, or GSSI, we are a global partnership working together to a vision of more sustainable seafood for everyone. We're doing that by bringing together the industry across the seafood value chain, from harvesters and aquaculture producers all the way up to major retailers and food service companies. All of these companies are working together within GSSI pre-competitively to achieve their shared goals and ensure a sustainable supply of seafood into the future. We are working together with many of the international renowned NGOs as affiliated partners to share their knowledge and experience. And GSSI has a special relationship with the UN FAO from the beginning, as many, or actually all of our work is founded in the FAO codes. They find the basis of our work and provide the industry with the consensus needed to find collective action and common agreement to move things forward. By working together on this, we're bringing together and aligning global efforts and resources to making sure we can move efficiently and effectively towards the sustainable seafood industry. As we've heard from the previous presentation of Stefania Vanucci, the seafood industry, and tuna in particular, is an international and a global industry, with trade going up and across the globe. Therefore, working together is going to be key in addressing the challenges that the industry faces. And I will come back to that throughout my presentation. So what do we do? Apart from being a partnership, sharing knowledge, best practices in seafood sustainability, and building a network across these leaders in the seafood industry, GSSI's flagship tool is a benchmark for seafood sustainability certifications. The mission to ensure confidence in the supply and promotion of certified seafood and promote improvement in seafood certification programs. This work was very much needed when GSSI started in 2013, with a growing number of eco-labeling schemes emerging to help and provide and educate the market about how can we actually integrate and implement sustainable sourcing commitments in seafood. But the growing number of programs caused confusion and clarity was needed to make sure that the users of these programs, whether they be producers looking to get access to markets, or whether they are retailers looking to implement their sustainability commitments, can have confidence in the programs that they work with. So over the course of the past 7 years, GSSI has developed a benchmark tool based on the international guidelines of the UNFAO, the eco-labeling guidelines for fish and fishery products from marine and inland capture fisheries, and the aquaculture technical guidelines for certification. Through that benchmark tool, certification programs globally have an opportunity to prove to their stakeholders that they meet these international agreements by FAO, and that they are in line with the expectations of the market. And to date, GSSI has recognized formally 9 certification programs, with 5 being active in aquaculture and 4 being active in fisheries. This has created an opportunity for producers to select programs that are best suited for their environment and needs. But this has also created an opportunity for other programs to be developed in the case that this is needed. Some examples of these programs include, for instance, the Gulf program in the Gulf of Mexico of North America, where the Audubon Institute created a process of bringing together all the fisheries stakeholders around the Gulf of Mexico. They created a standard that they own, that they are embedded to, and they're now involved in improving some of the challenging fisheries there, including the shrimp fishery, to improve. Why is this relevant to tuna? We see similar processes taking place. So this year, GSSI has worked with CEPA in Ecuador in helping them to do a pre-assessment of the certification program that they would like to set up for the tuna industry in Ecuador. Again, why is this important? It helps to align global efforts, and it creates opportunities for producers to move towards the sustainability targets and commitments. But it also creates choice and flexibility in the market, which is needed to progress change. So what is the result of this work? One of the key outcomes of the work that GSSI has done together with its partners, its NGOs and FAO, is help to provide clarity in this space and aligning policies and commitments globally. So we see now that many of the major global retailers, rather than referring to specific tools and certifications, they count on GSSI. In their sourcing policies, they make commitments to source from GSSI recognized certifications. This clarity and ability to choose, this ability for choosing different programs is key and helps to reduce redundancies, costs, creates flexibilities in supply chains, but also provides clarity to producers to understand what their markets and buyers are expecting. We also see that this is helping to influence global commitments. We heard this morning already from Sir Peter Thompson about the World Economic Forum Tuna Traceability Declaration that was launched in 2020. GSSI was part of drafting that declaration, and the work that GSSI had done in helping to align international commitments to seafood sustainability around certification helped to create a common language for that tuna traceability declaration. It also helped to motivate and provide signatories to this tuna declaration, ultimately helping to align our global efforts and creating partnerships to progress tuna sustainability. This was not easy because there's many of these sustainability programs out there, and finding a way to make a credible commitment that is consistent across all the different actors is key to ultimately overcome our little differences and focus on the key efforts where we can work together. So the World Economic Forum Tuna Traceability Declaration, all signatories, over 80 of them, pledged to source tuna fisheries that have implemented robust science-based management and measures to implement bycatch mitigation techniques. Moreover, to effectively implement this declaration and commitment, there is a clear commitment to source or try to increase sourcing from tuna fisheries certified by schemes that are internationally recognized by the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative. This ensures that the certification programs, as said, align with the international requirements of FAO and ensure that the standards that they use are making sure that the fisheries that are certified indeed implement robust science-based management plans. It also allows for new programs to be developed under these criteria and prevents unnecessary barriers to trade due to monopolies that might occur. So why does this matter? As we've seen, the trade is important in seafood and tuna in particular. And we've seen increasing demand for more sustainable products in the market. I quote here a report that is already outdated, and I'm assuming that the number is much higher by now. But in 2015, the International State of Sustainable Seafood Standards quoted that there is 11.5 billion of value globally in certified seafood. On the other hand, we see the demand of certified seafood, for instance, and I'm using certified seafood as an indicator for seafood sustainability. It's only 25% currently of the global tuna supplies. There's many fisheries that are in transition and many improvement projects taking place to increase that number, which is important. And that is exactly why it matters. This goal of having more certified tuna, although not maybe always achievable in the immediate or short term, it creates a dot on the horizon and an opportunity for fisheries to make investments in improvements because they know that that is what their market is expecting for. And I'd like to quote here as well, and this is related to the partnership that we have with FAO. In the SOFIA report, FAO specifically mentioned this year that the integration of market-based mechanisms to help support sustainability is an important tool to help advance our sustainable seafood movement and to ensure that we can meet Sustainable Development Goal 14.4. So it is important that we have a partnership and that we work together, markets, producers, industry, governments, and that we all work towards those collective objectives. The next part of the presentation, I'd like to zoom in a little bit closer into this tuna industry. Where do we stand? What is the status? Some trends and developments, and how can we together work to move this the industry forward. So starting off with, and I know Stefanie also talked about this in a second, I think it is important to note if we look at tuna specifically, that the status of the stocks, the amount of tuna that is out in the ocean is actually has improved over a larger trend, and over the past 10 years, it's been relatively stable. And the stock status is quite good, which is good news. And it's a big achievement to come to that space. But there are challenges, and I'd like to zoom in a little bit on that. I'm referring also to, again, the first keynote of this morning from Peter Thompson about the importance of having good fisheries management. We know within the tuna industry, it is a challenge to get good harvest strategies and harvest control rules in place by the RFMOs. Having these measures in place is key to ensure that the stock status remains at a good level and that catches are adapted if stock status change. So to preserve these good stocks and to make sure that tuna sustainability is ensured into the future, we need to have these good adaptive management strategies in place. And here is where we see that many of the fisheries are currently not meeting the requirements as outlined in the FAO guidelines and are reflected in these sustainability certification standards that are recognized by GSSI. As an example here, I've pulled an overview from the tuna sustainability stock status relative to, in this case, the MSC criteria that the International Sustainable Seafood Foundation produced. And you can see that on many of the cases of harvest strategy and harvest control rules, the majority of tuna stocks fail. Why is this important? If these measures are not implemented within the next 2 to 3 years, many of the tuna certification stocks that are certified will lose their certification. But also, if these measures are not implemented, fisheries will be challenged to achieve certifications. And ultimately, these standards that are based on the FAO codes are an indication that these stocks are managed in a responsible manner, aligned with the goals in SDG 14, and ensuring the robustness and resilience of those stocks into the future. So what do we see happening? One of the key trends in seafood sustainability globally, but in tuna in particular, is pre-competitive collaborations and collective actions. I think we've reached in the industry an understanding of these challenges that we face and a need to work together. This is a diverse value chain with many actors, countries involved, and a great level of international trade. So only by working together, being part of the solution and overcome our individual differences, we can make the advancements that are needed to ensure a resilient supply into the future. And it is this collaboration that also this morning Peter Thompson referred to. And a couple of examples I've listed here. I've talked about GSSI, the work that we do in bringing together the industry, helping to align efforts around the collective commitments that are reflective in the FAO codes. In the tuna industry, we also have the International Seafood Sustainability Foundation, or ISSF. This is a group that's been around for quite a long time and has really united on a pre-competitive basis the tuna producers. It started off with a voluntary list of vessels that are not involved in IUU fishing and evolved into a major influential group where now many of the producers or all of those that are part of that are making voluntary commitments on which changes they will make that are independently audited. And it really has driven change in the catching sector. And then most recently, we have the Global Tuna Alliance, a group that GSSI partners with and works with together that is really there to implement and accelerate changes to meet the sustainability commitments that have been made by many of these major market players, in particular around doing the important work, working directly with the RFMOs to implement the harvest strategies and control rules. So these two groups, where the Global Tuna Alliance is mainly looking at the value chain and the market, and ISSF at the producing side, again, those are two groups that didn't always agree with each other in the past, but they have agreed this year to actually align their efforts in pushing these RFMOs to implement these strategies. So again, moving forward, if we look at sustainability, in particular environmental sustainability and the need for good harvest control rules, bycatch mitigation measures, etc., I see that this trend will continue. We need to work together as per partnership SDG 17, and by working together and aligning these efforts around our common goals that we have reflected in the FAO codes, we can change and move forward and turn the industry, as we've heard this morning, and we are on the right track. So what else? We've talked a lot about environmental sustainability and stocks, but sustainability is not just the stock status. A key important is also social responsibility, a topic that has been spoken about a lot in recent years, and many developments have taken place to make sure that the fish that we catch is caught responsible, that processing is taking place in a good way. Also, their commitments are being made, and this is part, for instance, again, of that Tuna traceability declaration. If we look specifically sort of at one of the efforts that is coming up, is that companies will need a mechanism to implement this in their value chains. So we will see a demand and then continued demand and maybe increase in the need for social audits to take place. This slide shows some experts from an EU due diligence report that was published earlier this year, again highlighting some of the status and at least the current demand for social audits, which is something that is easy maybe to do in a factory on land where you can access unexpectedly as an auditor and you can check how factory workers are doing. But something different altogether when we talk about at-sea operations, fishing operations, but also catcher processes at sea. For this, at the moment, there are a number of standards that have been piloted and developed within the industry, but a strong framework is needed to, with a collective agreement, how do we make sure that these standards are robust, credible, and actually are delivering on the expectations that they set out. Through this regards, the GSSI this year has partnered with the Sustainable Supply Chain Initiative from the Consumer Goods Forum, the largest global consumer goods consortium that is there. And we've been working diligently with the seafood sector to create a benchmark for standards that operate and provide social audits in the at-sea operations. In this process, we've had stakeholders engaged from the tuna industry and many of the other sections. And this process is expected to finalize towards the end of this year or early next year, where we are looking to launch a framework that can be used by certification programs, standards, and auditing schemes to prove that they are providing credible assurance in that social space. And we will see that commitments are made by major retailers and markets. So this is something that is coming your way. It is a process that we wanted to make sure that we have the expertise of those that are involved in these at-sea operations are present. This is still a work in progress. So again, if you have any questions or input to that, we encourage you to get in touch. But this will be an important milestone for the sector to be coming up. So going to some key takeaways and conclusions before wrapping up this presentation. If we look at tuna sustainability and trends globally in seafood sustainability, a couple of takeaways. Luckily, stock status is good. We are still, there's work to be done and some stocks need to improve, but overall, we have a healthy population of tuna and good catches. However, lack of harvest strategies and control rules are a risk to this status. So we need to enforce and implement those and get good management systems in place so that we can ensure the resilience of this supply. We have an opportunity and an increasing ability to work together on this. I think we've come to a stage where we all understand the need for action. We understand what needs to happen. We have the tools available to do so. So let's work together, let's collaborate, and let's implement this and get this done. And finally, we are on our way to develop a benchmark for social standards for at-sea operations that will be relevant for the tuna industry, which will be another step forward in helping to complete that picture in our sustainability space. So engage with these initiatives, take your part and use your influence in different ways to advance this collective effort. Join GSSI, join ISSF, be part of the GTA, and make sure that these organizations have your backing and support and bandwidth so we can be as effective as we can. We can make sure for you that we align our efforts and reduce confusion and provide clarity on what we need to do to ultimately get a successful decades on ocean science and hopefully have implemented SDGs goals 14 by the end of that decade. Thank you for your attention. Auden, back to you.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you in particular for not only mentioning what's going on within GSSI, but also what's going on in other like-minded organizations, whether it's the Global Tuna Alliance that we'll hear about later on, ISSF and other joint partnerships, etc. And also, let me remind all of us that one of the most important SDG goals is in fact the goal on partnership, working together. It's obvious to all of us that we cannot do this alone, whether FAO or governments or industry, but together we can achieve so much more. In fact, now we are moving to the industry itself. The president of the Thai Tuna Industry Association and many other organizations as well, a lifetime veteran of the tuna industry and a former many times president and chair of the tuna conferences of INFOFISH. So Dr. Chanitra Kalisaparo, the floor is yours, please. And nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Dear Chairman, dear Director of Fishery, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Next. So today, Thai tuna industry has about 27 tuna processing members, and we are the largest processing country in the world. Next. The of Thai Tuna Industry Association, since the founding of the association, has a three policy. First is for food safety. Second is combating IUU fishing. And the third is ethical labor practice. Since the last 5 to 6 years, we are much concentrated on the combating IUU fishing, promoting sustainable fishing, also promoting ethical labor practice. But as of today, during the pandemic, we are facing the big challenge. It's a question of the food safety. Next. So during the pandemic, we analyze the three challenges that we must solve very quickly. First, the consumer confidence and assurance. Many of our consumer and customer asking about the food security and food disruption. This is the key issue, and we take in this consideration very seriously. That's why we are working very hard during the past 6 months, try to find a preventive measure in the Thai tuna industry in order to assure the consumer and our customer. Second challenge that we foresee is the labor challenge. If in our country like Thailand or in our factory, we cannot manage the COVID-19, we will have the labor challenge. And the third, come from our supplier, is the logistic challenge. As you may know that Phil Robert this morning saying that the people working in the high sea, in the Pacific Island, has to change many actions that has an obstacle to be a logistic. And this will be very serious issue to have supply. So we understand the situation, and that's why the first priority for this year is how to prevent the COVID in our establishment. Next. So we have joined working with our Ministry of Commerce, our Ministry of Agriculture, who take care about the fishery. And also we have a meeting with our Ministry of Public Health, how to find a common action and policy together to set up the policy and the action to prevent the COVID-19 in the factory. Next. And it's come out in the MOU signing between all concerned parties, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Public Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and also all the private sector to promote that, to work together to prevent the COVID-19. Next. By this means, we have collaborated together with Department of Fisheries, with Ministry of Public Health, to set up the criteria to prevent COVID-19 contamination in food export. And also, Department of Fisheries will audit the factory to ensure that all the process in the factory, as well as the worker, are checked and compliant to the guideline of Ministry of Public Health. And we can say that in Thailand, we are lucky, and also the people, the staff in the Ministry of Public Health are very competent. In the last 100 days, Thailand does not find any domestic infection. And this is make us very confident that the Thai tuna industry will survive under the pandemic challenge. I would like to present now the video that we have worked with the related party, how to prevent the COVID-19 in our factory.
The members of the Thai Tuna Industry Association and Thai Pet Food Trade Association have established preventive measures against the spread of COVID-19 by adhering to the guidelines from the Ministry of Public Health and Department of Fisheries to create confidence for consumers worldwide. Workers are screened and tested before entering and leaving the factory. Information is recorded for verification. All vehicles are sanitized before bringing supplies into the production line. Workers are trained about hygiene related to COVID-19. They must wear hygienic suit and mask every time before operation. Workers place priority on hygiene by washing their hands with liquid soap and antiseptic solution. Social distancing is practiced during operation and related activities. All products are sterilized at more than 118 degrees Celsius. Working areas and equipment are kept clean all the time. Sterilization is sprayed at the packaging and stocking areas. The containers are clean, both outside and inside. The factories are inspected and certified in GMP and HACCP by the Department of Fisheries, and also trained and certified in preventive measures against COVID-19 by the Ministry of Public Health and Department of Fisheries. To be certain and confident that all Thai tuna products, canned fish, and pet food are safe and free from COVID-19 contamination.
Okay, so as you may see that we work during the last 6 months very actively to boost up the public confidence. And as you have the news, especially in China now, they found many products of frozen seafood or maybe frozen chicken that contaminated by the COVID-19. Even the tuna has a GMP, HACCP, which should be okay for COVID-19. But at the end of the day, we have to assure that the people, the staff that work in our factory, the packaging that we use will not have any contamination. And this is the key success factor for Thai export to the world. Okay, let's see for the commercial side during this year, during the pandemic. What is the performance for the Thai tuna industry? Next, please. As you can see from the January to August 2020, we export to the world increased 15%, and is significantly increased in the US market, 50%. That's why I have said that public confidence, public assurance, and also the fear of food disruption is among all the world. So we can increase the export volume around the world quite effectively during the pandemic. Maybe because of that, we have support from our supplier, from our workers, our government, that the consumer and the retailer customer are confident of the Thai tuna product. For the value in US dollar, we increase about 14%. So it means in terms of tons or in terms of value, is around 15% increase, which normally Thai tuna industry growth is around 3%. So this 8 months is quite substantial growth, especially in the second quarter. We have maybe about more than 20% increase. Third quarter maybe more stabilized, but around about 5 to 10%. And we should see the stabilized growth around 5 to 10% in the fourth quarter or the coming next year. We have foreseen that the COVID-19 will stay with us until end of next year. Even we may have a vaccine, but we will forecast like this, that we manage under this situation until next year. Next. For the import, in opposite to the export, the import reduced by almost 30%. That I have said that the COVID-19 has negative impact to the logistic issue. Many challenge in the high sea, transportation, carrier, and especially the crew. They cannot exchange the crew, and then this is the challenge that we have to support our supplier. And however, we are happy that Thailand, Thai port are very safe for any carrier landing in Bangkok. So we heard that many traders, many suppliers are happy to supply us more fish in the future. But however, there's still some logistic challenge, crew challenge for the raw material. Next. For the pet food product, also this item, Thai tuna industry try to manage the byproduct for our tuna. And the main area that we focus is the pet food. This year also we can increase the volume of pet food around 12% for the 8 months. It's quite good, okay? And the value is increased about 20%. It means that we can manage the value added for the pet food business. Combined with tuna, we believe that the tuna and the byproduct pet food will enhance the competitiveness of Thai tuna industry, especially during the pandemic. And as I say, food safety is our main issue to this year and next year. but also we focus also on the sustainable fishing and ethical standard. So this is the three policy that the Thai tuna industry successfully implemented. And we believe that by doing this, we can be competitive in the world market. Next, thank you.
Thank you very much for that engaging presentation and a very instructive video. It's very impressive what you've done, what your industry is doing, and how well you have implemented the measures. So thank you again for that. It's always good to see information about how the industry is doing directly from the representatives of our industry, and also for mentioning many of the challenges that still remain, such as changing of crews. So our thoughts and sympathies go also to those who are not able to return to their families, and those crews who are not able to go out working where they would like to be working. So that still remains to be solved. We'll have one question, I think, for the panel, and that is just a short comment from Stefania and from Dr. Chanit on the situation for the rest of the year. You meant, or not the rest of the year, there's only 2 months left, but let's say the next 6-7 months. You mentioned the situation due to COVID, but have you seen some trends that lead you to think that some of the trends in the market that you've seen as a result of the COVID will remain long term in terms of new ways of marketing, new demands from consumers, new solutions regarding digitalization, etc. So short replies, and also from Herman. I know that Herman also is very much into digitalization of certification, auditing, and remote. So just a little bit on technology from Stefania, Chanitra, and Herman, please, before we move to the next session. Maybe Stefania can start, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm, let's say, monitoring trade statistics on a regular basis since the COVID, and there are definitely positive signs that in a way many of the markets are growingly adapting to the situation, while at the beginning the trade and also the fish consumption was very heavily impacted. There is a sort of adaptation going on, and I think the overall situation that the COVID, the pandemic is really changing the way we were acting before. And this is also influencing the consumption, the trade, the production. And so I see that the way we are gradually adapting, and the industry in this case is adapting, will remain there, and there will be new opportunities. There is more also e-tradings and new way of the fishes, and the tuna in particular, is commercialized. So I think in a way, after this very strong impact, there is a sort of improving situation. That's my overall impression.
Thank you, Stefania. Herman, short comment.
Yeah, thank you for that, Audun. So 2 quick notes. I think one, of course, one of the major impacts for certification schemes was the lack of the travel bans and auditors to be able to go to facilities and actually conduct their audits. So in that regards, GSSI has produced an extraordinary events policy how to deal with these situations, but I know in particular all of the GSSI recognized schemes have been doing a really impressive job to ensure remaining robustness and credibility in their systems by remote audits being set up, testing these things. And this is one of the things as GSSI that we also are looking at and looking to pick up internally to actually share those experiences of the schemes and see sort of how we can learn from that. And and even maybe see if there's lessons that we can take beyond the pandemic, as some of these electronic measures also help gain efficiencies and reduce costs. So that's a discussion still to have, but the certification schemes that we've recognized and we've been in touch with them have really done an impressive job in remaining credible systems remotely. Yeah.
Thank you, Herman and Dr. Janindra.
Yes, we foresee that the pandemic has not reached the peak yet. The second wave in Europe, as we have seen today, the rate of infection is more than in the 6 months ago in March, April. So this coming winter will be very critical. And in the until next June, we don't see any change in our new normal. So we are very confident and thankful to the many small Pacific islands who impose the strict policy in transportation, in preventing the COVID-19. This is maybe we have a challenge on the logistics side, but it's good for long term. And it assures the consumer that there will be no disruption. We may have challenge, but we don't have disruption. Same as Thailand today, we may import less fish, okay, according to the supply from the Western Pacific, which is our major supplier, but this is okay. It's not disruptive. However, we can assure to our consumer, our customer, that we have sufficient canned tuna to provide them. And this is very, very important. Very important. Even we import less than 30%, and today we can export more than 15%. And we talk regularly with our supplier, especially Mr. Phil Robert, how to facilitate, how to help the crew, how to help the logistic improvement. Okay, but however, we not jeopardize or disturb the preventive measure to COVID-19. It will stay with us, as I say, I foresee until next 15 months, not June, but next December 2021. So we have to prepare for that.
Thank you for that. And thank you to the panelists. Now we move to the next session, which is going more in detail into the markets, not only the market, but trade in general, markets, market access, and issues related to market, and also one presentation on the conditions of labor on board fishing vessels that we have alluded to somewhat in some of these presentations. So the first speaker is Dr. Tom Pickerell, Executive Director of the Global Tuna Alliance, based in the UK, but of course it's a global alliance. So Tom, please.
Great, thank you very much. Can you see my presentation okay?
Yes, fine.
Fantastic, great. Thank you very much. And thank you for the organisers for inviting the Global Tuna Alliance to speak today. It's a dark morning in the UK, but we are very pleased to be here with you all. Great, so what we're going to talk about today is the global market for sustainable tuna. So Herman's done a very good introduction into the sustainability of tuna. So what we wanted to do here was talk a little bit more about the desire for sustainable tuna in the marketplace. And what I'm going to do is give you a brief introduction to the Global Tuna Alliance, then talk about tuna sustainability, building on Herman's presentation, talk about the market impact, and then it's important to actually say, what is the GTA doing? Why are we here? You know, why is there yet another industry organization on the landscape? And finally, what's some of the action we've done to date, some case studies. So the Global Tuna Alliance is it's a pre-competitive collaboration, which means it's a group of companies who have come together because they share the same aim. In our case, we're an independent group of retailers, wholesalers, supply chain companies, including suppliers and processors, who all want to work together to ensure that tuna ultimately meets the highest standards of environmental performance and social responsibility. So that's pretty difficult to disagree with, isn't it? So what's the specific reason that the GTA came together? Because pulling together companies who wish to work together does require some effort. So what is the drive for this? The key thing is, in 2017, UK retailers were reviewing their seafood sourcing commitments. And a repeated issue, a recurring issue, was tuna products was often struggling to meet their own sustainable seafood commitments. And when they drilled into that, they realized it was generally due to the lack of harvest strategies or the poor management of tuna fisheries. And this is what Herman was referring to earlier. And they realized that they were going to have to work together to address this. It was nothing that they could do individually. And of course, this is not just a UK issue, this is a global issue. And the Global Tuna Alliance, which has now been formally established for just over a year, has now expanded into other areas of the world. Around about the same time, the World Economic Forum were launching their Tuna 2020 Traceability Declaration. Again, you've heard about that so far. And this is a really good initiative. It's a voluntary partnership of companies and civil society organizations and national governments. And they've come around the aim of eliminating IUU. And as part of that program, there were 4 pillars of action. There were environmental sustainability, traceability, social responsibility, and something called government partnerships. And this is a great graphic that tries to capture an awful lot of information in one go. And you can see the 4 pillars there, including government partnerships. Now, the government partnership angle actually includes harvest strategies. And so there was an overlap between the Global Tuna Alliance and the work of the tuna, or the deliverables, the aims of the Tuna 2020 Traceability Declaration. So the World Economic Forum like to work in private-public partnerships, and they've actually funded the Global Tuna Alliance to implement the delivery of the Tuna 2020 Traceability Declaration through a collaborative agreement. So that's a really good way of working together on shared aims. And you can see here, this is actually the government partnership component of the Tuna 2020 Traceability Declaration. And you can see I've highlighted a bit in bold that the pledge is that the signatories of the declaration call on governments to take actions to implement harvest strategies for all tuna stocks under the jurisdiction of each RFMO by 2020. We're a long way from that, unfortunately, but we are making some movements towards it. So we're not going to meet the 2020 deadline of this, but we are building a foundation for doing that later. So you can see there is a direct overlap there between what the GTA was established for and one of the components of the Tuna 2020 Traceability Declaration. So what I want to do now is just give you a brief snapshot of tuna sustainability using an initiative from the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, or SFP, called Target 75. Now, Target 75 is an initiative that aims to get 75% of the production of key seafood sectors to be either improving, i.e. in a credible fishery improvement project, or sustainable by 2020. And the definitions they use for sustainable are certified to a GSSI recognized certification, and in tuna, that will be almost always MSC, or rated green by the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch program. So 2 slightly different metrics. Now, you may say, well, that's not necessarily the only definitions of sustainability or environmental sustainability. And you're right, but these are the metrics most used by the market. And this is what this tool is really aimed at. So that was the aim. So I've separated out 2 of the key food sectors that the Target 75 look at, which is shelf-stable tuna, so that's cans and pouches, for example, and fresh and frozen tuna. And you can see here, I've separated out the production into the components, sustainable, improving, or not improving. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they couldn't do that, but this is the snapshot of really availability in the marketplace. So you can see there's obviously a lot more tuna that meets those requirements for shelf stable, not surprising when you consider some of the very large skipjack tuna fisheries that have certification. And you can see for fresh and frozen tuna, the situation is much less. If you merge these together, you get this following graph, and you can see it doesn't change that much from shelf stable, and that's purely because of the volumes involved. It's a much more volume of tuna destined for shelf stable rather than fresh and frozen. So this is what we're looking at. So this is the kind of the availability of tuna that meets these requirements to the marketplace. So why is that so low? I mean, Herman's actually noted that there's not that many issues with stock status or biomass of tuna fisheries, with some notable exceptions. But this table here is a summary of data from an ISSF publication that evaluates the sustainability of global tuna stocks relative to the Marine Stewardship Council criteria. And this is a really, really good resource to look at because it keeps a consistent, comprehensive approach to scoring tuna stocks against those components. And what I've just isolated here is the P1 component of the 3 of the MSC. So this is relating to the status of the stock. And as you can see here, of the 19 stocks of tropical and temperate tunas, which is of most interest to the marketplace, and this presentation is very much focused on that angle, only 4 actually achieve a passing score for Principle 1. So this isn't looking at fisheries, this is looking at stocks. So it's very much an analytical approach. And a stock will pass if its overall score is 80 or above, and no single score is less than 60. And as you can see here, the failures were primarily due to the lack of well-defined harvest control rules in place and the lack of effective tools to control harvest. And in fact, only 1 of the 19 stocks has implemented well-defined harvest control rules. So this is what's holding back fisheries from meeting these requirements. And so even if you have got MSC certification, you're actually requiring conditions to be met for these unless you're in that one particular fishery. This graph here shows the percentage production of both formats of tuna from that Target 75 analysis. So it's the pie charts, but just done in a graph form. And why have I done this? Well, I've done a very rough and ready calculation of what I'm calling market demand, and I hold my hands up. This is very much an estimate, but it was better than nothing. And I've got 2 lines here for shelf stable. The 47% line shows what I'm calling current imports of shelf stable canned or pouches tuna by countries with markets with established sustainability requirements. For example, many countries in Northern Europe, North America, for example, Australia. So these are markets with pretty robust sustainability requirements that you would find in almost all of the marketplaces there. The additional 83% line shows what happens if I add on the countries that have what we're calling developing or emerging sustainability requirements. So these are markets that are making moves into that. Now this analysis is a couple of years old, but what it shows is if we add markets such as Japan or Southern European countries as well, you add an additional 36% of global demand to that. So what we're saying here is if we look at just the countries with pretty robust sustainability requirements in their marketplace, then there's actually looking for more product than is available. And that really improves or greatly decreases the situation if you add emerging countries. If we do the same for the fresh and frozen tuna, we get a slightly different thing there. The 5.9%, that's using the same metric as before, that's countries with established sustainability requirements. And the 47.9%, so additional 42% is adding those emerging sustainability requirements, such as countries like Japan and European states, for example. So you can see there is a huge demand, a hidden demand there for these products. Now, the clock is ticking. As Herman mentioned, and as intimated on our previous slides, the assessment of many tuna fisheries to the MSC fishery standard have identified the need for improvements to or adoption of well-defined harvest strategies and harvest control rules. And for those MSC certified fisheries, many of them have a condition to adopt well-defined harvest control rules. In November of 2018, the conformity assessment bodies, or CABs, responsible for tuna fisheries submitted what we call a variation request to the MSC that called for consistent timing for meeting the conditions of tuna fisheries in MSC certifications, mostly related to harvest control rules. And this was accepted in spring 2019. And what it meant was, for many of the fisheries, it actually accelerated, and some of them extended, but mainly accelerated their requirements to have harvest control rules in place. So, why would they do this? Well, the idea for doing that is as more fisheries become MSC certified, they increasingly add pressure to get the fisheries managers to adopt these things that are holding the fisheries back. So in this case, harvest control rules. However, there is a flip side. If the deadlines which are aligned to the RFMO's own work plans are not met, so if they're missed, then the whole set of certified fisheries are at risk of losing their certification. And that will have a significant impact on the marketplace, which is looking for these products. So you can see here, the big concern we have in the marketplace is 2021, December 2021, Western Central Pacific. These very large skipjack fisheries are at risk of suspension if we do not get harvest control rules for these fisheries in the WCPFC region. What does this all mean? I've just thrown a lot of information at you, so I've tried to sort of summarize it in a what does this mean? So there's currently not enough environmentally responsible, so that's sustainable and improving, using the metrics I've demonstrated to you, shelf stable tuna for everyone that currently wants it, based on my very rough and ready assessment. The situation is only going to get worse for both formats, shelf stable and fresh and frozen, as new markets develop their sustainability commitments. So the demand is only going to increase. The situation will be exasperated. I'm exasperated by the situation, will be exacerbated if existing certifications are lost. So if we lose the certifications or they fail to meet their conditions for whatever reason, it's only going to make the situation worse. And with only approximately 13% of global production in fishery improvement projects, so they're the ones who are moving towards increased environmental performance, we need to do more. We need to get more fisheries and fishery improvement. We need to rectify the challenges that are holding these fisheries back, which a key one, of course, is harvest strategies. So I've given you a lot of the issues, a lot of the problems. What are we doing about it? The GTA, as I mentioned, is a market-based organization with the aim is to use commercial leverage to influence decision-making for the better. And we're doing that through two different ways. And if you keep these in mind, it's direct country engagement and supply chain improvements. This is the current situation in RFMOs. Now, RFMO delegates are open to advocacy and lobbying, and that's absolutely fine. They've got to take on board lots of different bits of information. And the current situation is you have NGOs at the RFMOs, which are giving advice, giving influence. They're also influencing the catching sector, maybe through partnerships in fishery improvement projects, for example, or through relationships. We also have the scientific committee of each RFMO, which is feeding information in, but we also have the catching sector, which is a very well-structured, very well-organized sector, which is providing lobbying and engagement to RFMO delegates, and that's absolutely fine. What we want to do is we want to add the voice of the supply chain into the mix, because it is important, because these are the customers. We obviously want to work with the NGO community in the same way that they work with the catching sector. We've got to get advice from the NGOs. They have some great experts working with them. And I'm not just talking about environmental NGOs here. I'm using the term much wider. The supply chain voice wants to be heard, and we want to get that voice to the RFMO so they're hearing that. We've heard from RFMO delegations and actually saying we've never heard from the marketplace, and we'd really value that. So what we're trying to do is facilitate this. And the second part of that, of course, is engaging with the catching sector. So the supply chain, not just with the decision makers, but with the catching sector as well, to say, this is what we're after. Can you help us with that? This is our RFMO engagement approach. I'm going to run through it very quickly just to give you an idea of the kind of things that we do in the GTA to engage with RFMOs, to actually put some background to it rather than just talking about it. The first thing we've done this year is we've signed on to something called a global advocacy letter along with 84 other organizations and companies that have been facilitated by an organization called the Global NGO Tuna Forum. The aim of this letter is to set out the very high level asks of the Tuna RFMO delegations, to say these are the things we're interested in. So it's very high level. It talks about things like harvest strategies, 100% observer coverage, etc. So it's a really good idea to set the scene for the year, but also raise awareness of the issues with companies in the marketplace who may not be GTA partners, etc. The second thing we've done is we've actually developed our own RFMO specific asks. So what is the exact ask we're asking for the RFMOs? Because it's no use just being very vague about this. We've got to be quite clear. The top bar here are the things we're asking each tuna RFMO to do. So these are sort of the things that we want all of them to look at. So obviously you can see comprehensive precautionary harvest strategies. You've got observer coverage. improved observer safety, etc. I'm not going to go into these because I wanted to focus on harvest strategies. But for each RFMO, we've also got specific asks around about a specific issue. And you can see they change from a rebuilding plan for yellowfin in the IOTC to mako shark conservation in the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Oh, and you can see for WCPFC, it's the harvest strategies, the MSC alignment issue, which I covered, because that deadline of December 2021 is something that's weighing very heavily on us. As you all know, 2020 has proved to be an interesting year, what with COVID and everything. This is the normal timeline of RFMO meetings in a typical year. And you can see they're pretty much spread out in the second half of the year. But for this year, this is the situation. Due to COVID, the meetings have been sort of shunted backwards when we thought we may still be able to travel to them. Bali was the host for the IOTC, that they've withdrawn that, understandably. And the meeting is going to be scheduled in November virtually. IATTC, I think they haven't quite figured out the dates, but I think that's going to be in November as well. WCPFC, the date remains as scheduled, but it's no longer going to be in Canada, so that'll be virtual. And ICAT's been cancelled entirely. There are no plans for a virtual meeting, and they're doing it by correspondence. So because the meetings are virtual, the agendas have been shrunk. And so it's very important for us to set out what we're calling an agenda setting letter to remind the delegations that we understand the practicalities, we understand the challenges, but time continues, fisheries are continuing, and sustainability is not stopping for anyone. So that's another thing we've done this year, which may end up being just a 2020 issue. We also engage with the delegates directly. This is part of our direct engagement. We do things like speak to the heads of delegation. We've spoken to the UK RFMO team, which of course is now separate from the EU one. We're also spoken to the EU team, the Australian delegations, and we're building on the delegations that we have interests in through our GTA partnerships. We're also members of stakeholder groups that directly feed into it, such as the EU Long Distance Advisory Council. There's also the UK RFMO stakeholder group. NGO partnerships is very important. We have an agreement with TUPA, which is the Tuna Protection Alliance in France, which works with tuna canneries. They actually piggyback on our RFMO position. So they fully align with that, which means that when I speak on behalf of GTA, I'm also speaking on behalf of TUPA as well. We do a lot of work on social media. We try to attend RFMO meetings. We will be attending virtually, and capacity building is really important as well. It's important for us to be able to support the delegations in some of the issues we're talking about. And we can do that through side events or through education and partnerships with other organizations to do that. Direct engagement by partners as well. It's not just enough for them to participate in collaborative outreach and engagement. That's a hugely important part. Me being able to speak on behalf of these.
Tom, sorry. Could you please try to finish off in 3 minutes? We have to.
Yeah, that's perfect. Only a couple more slides.
2021 deadline. We also have an internal deadline, so please 3 more minutes, please.
No problem at all. So we've got to we ask our partners to engage with delegates themselves as well, because that way they can actually speak about the commercial impacts of their of the sourcing and their requirements therein. So we can't do that collectively. There's also the supply chain actions, and this is asking their suppliers to verifiably engage with RFMOs, to pass the message, cascade it down the supply chain. They can develop a corporate RFMO policy, for example. You know, we're only going to be buying from fisheries in the future at a certain time with harvest strategies in place. They can work with fisheries in FIPS to highlight the improvement needs and the actions they need to take, and again with MSC certified fisheries. I wanted to demonstrate an example of our engagement with a recent case study on Indian Ocean yellowfin. This product is of high importance to GTA partners, yet if you're familiar with the fishery, it's overfished with overfishing occurring. And this is impacting on GTA partners because it's conflicting with their public seafood sustainability commitments. And people don't just want to walk away from the fisheries. They've been trying to improve this. We've been engaging with the ITC on their rebuilding plans. We have been disappointed with the efforts by the ITC to date. And the ITC Scientific Committee didn't actually prepare any management advice last year. So we actually produced our own management advice using the IOTC's own data, which actually concluded that a 25% cut in the catch is required to rebuild the stock in 2 generations. The nominal catch data for the IOTC came out very recently, and we found we were 100,000 tons above the required catch. So this is, you know, things are not moving forward. So we're using advocacy to try to change that. Some partners have made very strong decisions. Tesco's recently have said they are going to stop sourcing tuna and billfish from the Indian Ocean if a plan is not adopted. So that's quite a significant move there. First time I've ever seen such a move be linked to a management decision. And the co-op, another GTA partner, has reaffirmed its pledge not to sell yellowfin until the situation's changed. Going forward, we are extending our work on beyond just harvest strategies. It is still here. It's a huge part of our work. We're also looking at adopting some of the issues in the Tuna Traceability Declaration, as you can see there. And finally, the World Economic Forum are looking to develop a refreshed commitment to build on the momentum generated by the Tuna 2020 Traceability Declaration, which is fantastic. That this refreshed commitment will be co-convened by GTA and Friends of Ocean Action. It will be aligned to our 5-year strategy, and the GTA will monitor progress of signatories. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you very much for your time. This is the take-home message. I'm very happy to share the slides with anyone. I know people have been requesting them. Please ping me a message and I'll happily send you a PDF of them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Tom, and sorry for rushing you in the end. And to all participants, all the presentations will be made available probably on the website of INFOFISH, but certainly those who write to INFOFISH will receive copies of them, but I'm sure they will be online. Let us now move to the next speaker, who represents Thai Union, the leading canner of tuna and many other products, in fact, on the global level, a major player in the tuna sector. The presentation will be given by Darren McBain, who is the Global Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability of the company. So please, Darren, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Odnum, and thank you to INFOFISH for inviting me to speak today. Let me call up my presentation. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Okay, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, it's fine.
Excellent. Let's get going then. So today I was asked to speak about how you integrate sustainability efforts with marketing. So this is quite a colorful presentation. I'll take you through what some of Thai Union's sustainability goals are, how we've used it with our different brands around the world for marketing, and then some challenges and opportunities that I think we all have coming towards us. So just briefly, Thai Union, I think the name sometimes confuses people. We obviously are a Thai headquartered company, but we operate very globally. So we have brands around the world. We supply to retailers and food service around the world, and we source all around the world. So it's very much a global strategy. We also trade in all sorts of seafood, but of course, what I will be speaking about today in particular is the work that we're doing on tuna. So our sustainability program is all wrapped up within our strategy called Sea Change, which is about changing seafood for good. And we introduced this program in 2016. At first, it was very much just about getting the technical aspects right. So the things that Tom was speaking about, that all of the other speakers have been referring to, of how we can make sure that the tuna supply is more sustainable. And to do that, we had overarching objectives, making sure that the seas are sustainable now for future generations, that our workers are safe, legally employed and empowered. Many people have referred to human rights at sea in particular. And now we're starting to look at how we can combat climate change and promote healthy diets through sustainable seafood. And I'll come back to that last one in particular and the opportunities that it presents. So within Sea Change, we have 4 pillars: safe and legal labor, responsible sourcing, responsible operations, and people and communities. Now today I'm going to talk about 3 of these, but not about safe and legal labor. One, because Catherine Short will be speaking after me and very ably cover this topic. But 2, we don't really use safe and legal labor programs as a kind of marketing, particularly not to consumers. We consider it's what good practice or best practice should look like. It's not that we're creating marketing out of that. And certainly that's something for discussion as we go forward as an industry and how we look at it. We're also aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Obviously, Ambassador Peter Thompson mentioned SDG 14, everybody has mentioned that, but we also see that zero hunger decent work and economic growth, and climate action are really important SDGs for us to be working on. So one of our key commitments that we introduced was our tuna commitment. And way back in 2016, when we started to look at this, we could see that the pipeline of getting towards MSC certified product for us to be able to sell was a little bit thin. And so as a large company, we decided to commit to helping to establish fishery improvement projects in many oceans. We took the approach of being gear type agnostic, to say that our customers wanted fish from many different gear types and many different species of fish. But what we would do is to follow towards the Marine Stewardship Council certification path. And you can see these are the FIPS that we've now established. And I'm happy to say that we actually met the target that we set within our tuna commitment, which is at a minimum of our own brands of tuna were coming from fisheries that were Marine Stewardship Council certified or in a FIP by the end of 2020. And we met that goal earlier this year. But then you get to, well, how do you actually market this? So one of the things we had within Thai Union Europe was a partnership with WWF. And you can see from this slide that there was a lot of technical work going on, whether it was about the FIPS, whether it was about traceability and vessel transparency. But that isn't necessarily so easy to communicate with partners once you start to look at it, or particularly with consumers. So one of the things that I thought was quite ingenious that our John West team did in the UK was create this fold-out leaflet, which is for communication in pack. So a lot of the time we think of communication on pack, and I'll give you some examples of on pack communication after this. But this was a fold-out leaflet that allowed us to tell a slightly longer story about fishery improvement projects and why they're important and the journey towards MSC. And as you can see, we also got to mention our partner as part of this. And this is how it was presented to customers, consumers. So it was folded up and you could actually fold it out and read the story. And then there was a marketing aspect in that you got to have a discount off future products that you bought. And so I'll just show you a bit more detail about the partnership with WWF. Okay, so those kind of videos are great for telling more of a story than you can tell on, say, your sustainability report, which quite frankly, nobody ever reads. Bleu is our brand in Italy, and they've had a long-standing relationship with Legambiente. So that is the most recognized environmental NGO in Italy. And they've actually done some amazing creative work through that partnership, but also through general marketing. So with Legambiente, they've done things like promoting a healthy Mediterranean diet. For many years, they've been running activities to clean up the Mediterranean. So now you're seeing many companies doing beach cleanups and plastics cleanup as the issues around plastic pollution in the ocean rise. But these guys have been working together on cleanup for many, many years. They've also done one project which was to fund a conservation project, but they got the consumers to choose which project would be selected, and that particular project was then run with Legambiente. And then you can see on this pack, there's a really cute little card game that they gave out. They've also done promotions with Disney's Pixar. So they're really creative, but there's always that sustainability story that is part of how they're marketing. Here is our brand in France, Petit Navire, with the MSC logo. Now, I'm not saying that this is different to what many of you are doing, but one of the great things about working with the MSC is that they also have their own marketing and outreach teams. And so you get the opportunity to amplify your message and the message that they're sharing, that this is a sustainable product because it has the MSC blue tick. Traceability is also very important. And I think particularly during COVID-19, when people are concerned about provenance of food and safety of food, where it comes from, you can tell a lot of a great story using a traceability system. So all of our branded products have the ability to trace back using a code. We are looking at developing that into newer technology that you don't need to type into a code, but it's still been really key for talking about where your fish was caught, how it was processed, what kind of fish is in the can. And I think it's been an important evolution of marketing of tuna to really enhance traceability, but also transparency with our customers. Another activity that we engage in with many of our brands, this is Select, our brand in Thailand, is we sponsor different sporting teams. So this is an example of Select have been sponsoring volleyball championships in Thailand for several years now. It's a great way to engage with consumers because they see the brand associated with healthy activity, a good competition. And so you can really reach out, you can have sponsorship at events, you can share products, and it gives you a great range of opportunities beyond what's happening in the store usually. Another program that we do, which particularly supports SDG 2 for zero hunger, is donation of food. I mean, as I'm sure you're all aware, canned tuna is one of the few forms of protein that's ready to eat in some kind of disaster or emergency situation. So for many years around our factories, particularly the factories in Thailand, we've been donating, say, to victims of floods or cyclones, any kind of weather events. We have a factory in Lyons, Georgia, in the US. So when some of the serious hurricanes have come through the US, we have a big donation program. And this year with COVID-19, again, that's been a great opportunity for us to make sure that our products are getting out there into the market, but in particular to those who need it. So this is an example from Chicken of the Sea in the United States, where we worked with America's Second Harvest and Convoy of Hope to distribute the canned tuna products. Another one, moving away from the product itself, is looking at ghost gear. So we joined the Global Ghost Gear Initiative a few years ago. And in particular, it was this statistic that really got me, which was that 70% of the weight of macroplastics in the ocean is fishing related. And I've seen various other studies since then that really do emphasize that it's abandoned, lost, discarding fishing gear, which is creating a lot of the problems in the oceans. And so that is definitely a challenge, but what it gives you is a great opportunity to tell a different story, particularly if you are then either preventing the abandoned, lost, discarding fishing gear, or if you are collecting it and turning it into something else. Now I'll show you a video, just a brief one, of a dive that we did in Thailand. Kuntirapong Chansiri, the CEO of Thai Union, is a keen diver. He participated in this dive. And again, it was a great activity to engage people in Thailand, in a particular market, on the things that Thai Union are doing on sustainability. And we hope that in the future we can get to the point where the gear that is collected and recycled can be used for something that we can then have as part of a marketing program. A good example would be sometimes it can be turned into eco-nylon, which that nylon can then be used to make all different kinds of clothing. Another one, and this isn't really a marketing opportunity, but it certainly is an interesting opportunity that the tuna industry has, and this is with CBOS, so Seafood Business for Ocean Stewardship. Now, CBOS is a collaboration between science and business, and it came about from a paper written by the Stockholm Resilience Centre, which looked at what they called the keystone actors for ocean sustainability. So they identified 13 of the largest seafood producers and how their actions will actually impact ocean sustainability. And what is quite amazing for academia is they went about setting it into practice. They gathered those companies together. There's now 10 of them. They're not all in tuna, although we do have Maruha Nichiro, Nisui, Thai Union, Dongwon, Kyokuyu. So there's a lot of important players there. And whilst at the moment, as I said, it's not at all used for marketing, I think there are great opportunities for the seafood industry to speak with one voice. At the moment, it tends to be quite fragmented. But as we look at the challenges that the world is facing, having a united voice from the seafood industry, and perhaps in this case from the tuna industry, I think brings some great opportunities. And finally, I'll end on a bit of conversation about climate change, which of course brings both huge threats, but I think also some opportunities. So some statistics here, that the oceans cover 71% of the planet's surface, but they're also, a major carbon dioxide trap. But as the world's oceans warm, we have the migration of species, we have ocean acidification, and we are most likely going to feel some significant impacts from climate change. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, which I think has been already referred to today, released a report last year which looked at how much the ocean economy can contribute to delivering greenhouse gas reductions. And I've included this graph because I thought it was quite amazing. So looking at a potential 21% of the greenhouse gas emission reduction that's needed by 2050, if we're following what was set with the Paris Agreement, 21% of all of that could come from ocean action. The equivalent, as you can see this point here, of taking out the annual emissions from all coal-fired power plants worldwide, or taking 2.5 billion cars off the road. Now, where we are in the seafood industry is the yellow bar in particular. So fisheries, aquaculture, and dietary shifts. So if people moved more to a seafood-based diet, there could actually be, a significant portion of reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Some of the statistics, now these are just taken from some published papers that have been academically peer-reviewed, but we do have challenges in the seafood industry, particularly if any of you have looked at your Scope 3 emissions, well, certainly for a processor, there are Scope 3 emissions, the fuel used for vessels that are fishing, it can make up, around, we've got here 60 to 90%, certainly, I'd say 80% of Thai Union's carbon footprint is tied up in its supply chain, and a lot to do with the fuel that the vessels use. So there's opportunities there for fuel efficient vessels. I know I've been following Austral Fisheries in Australia have just had their first carbon neutral vessel delivered over to Perth, and I think that's already gone out. So I think there are some amazing opportunities coming up. But then we also have the opportunity to look at how carbon heavy is tuna. Now this graph is from some research and a tool developed by Tallahassee University as well as the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And I've got it selected onto the tool of the CO2 equivalent per kilo of protein. Now I've circled on one side tuna, which is actually quite low. The two different bars are for wild or farmed. And on the other side, you can see beef, but you can also see lamb and other species. So we do have an opportunity within this industry to talk about a lower carbon impact form of protein. But we also have diets coming out, such as the one that was promoted last year. In particular, the Lancet published the Planetary Health Diet to say that if we really want to reduce climate change, people need to move away from carbon-heavy meats and animal proteins, that they should be having 2 servings of fish per week, which is a great opportunity for us. And so when we look to marketing over perhaps the next 5 years, I believe that living in a carbon restricted world will give us an opportunity both to reduce the emissions associated with the tuna industry, but also to market tuna to consumers as both a healthy food, but also a low carbon food. And with that, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Darian. Thank you for being optimistic, and thank you for showing so many opportunities that are there despite the challenges we have, both from COVID, from climate change, and many other challenges we are facing. And thank you also for mentioning the global, the ghost gear initiatives and the guidelines that are in place, and how it's possible to improve the situation. We're running a little bit behind time. We are moving to the final panelist in this session, which is Catherine Short, General Manager of OSA International based in New Zealand. Catherine, please. There is no sound.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, thank you. Fine.
My apologies. Thank you very much, Dr. Lim, and to Darian for your excellent presentation. Thank you also to INFOFISH for the opportunity to present today. In the interest of time, without further ado, I will get started. Can you see that? No, share the presentation. Okay, are we all there? See that now?
Coming up, yes.
Great. OSA International, OSA, as we call it, Onboard Social Accountability, is a new initiative launched in April this year. Come on, go ahead. There we go. I will talk you through its background, our theory of change, our approach, how we are working with the tuna sector, and some of the challenges of working with crew on board assessment and opportunities moving forward. So OSA was launched in April this year as a not-for-profit enterprise to try and tackle this rather ghastly issue across the world of the abuse of workers on board fishing vessels and in aquaculture operations. The vision is, I'm going to be quite quick about this in the interest of time, and obviously the presentation will be made available for people who wish to follow up and read in more detail. Our vision is fairly ambitious, fairly grand, because obviously it is not acceptable that this occurs anywhere or anyhow. So all fishing vessels are free from human rights abuses is our vision for this initiative. OSA is a tool created in 2012 to support maritime fishing and aquaculture sectors to implement onboard social accountability requirements. The methodology has been used with longliners, trawlers, and purse seiners. We also have a very clear agenda around training and capability building for the building and implementation of management systems, especially within seafood companies themselves. We are qualified assessors who can also audit operations and the tuna supply chain. So in addressing the problem, the benchmark tool was created, and it's based fundamentally, as you'd expect, on ILO C188 and at least 25 social accountability standards, regulations, and guidances. There are more emerging all the time, and it is very much our hope that the social accountability world in seafood will learn from the eco-labeling world and not proliferate, but consolidate and focus on the core components that must be implemented. We can assess the risk in the seafood supply chain and have a tiered approach to our framework. We can do assessments and gap analysis of the current status of the company and create metrics for performance assessment, compliance, and progress assessment. We also very much, as I said, focus on internal training to empower competent internal audit. And then we have an innovation line of work around technology, wearable technology for data assessment. And naturally, as has been mentioned already several times so far in this conference, enabling delivery of the SDGs 14 and number 8 in particular. I was on leave when this presentation was pulled together by my fabulous team, and we were asked to focus on some of the challenges in this space. So there is more detail about who is in OSA and our backgrounds, etc., of course, on the website, osainternational.global. And now I'll take you into some of the more technical challenges of working in this space in the tuna sector. So here you have the range of people that are involved in a social assessment. This is taken by my colleague Marcelo Hidalgo, who many of you will know from the company Seafood Matter, and he is one of our long-term OSA partners. We did some work with Austral Fisheries to trial this methodology in 2016 and 2018 before OSA was set up. So on the right there, you have the country government representative, you have the regional people, the auditor, the accreditator, the auditee, and the workers and crew managing the process, working in the process. And here, this particular example was Marshall Islands, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, and Thailand as crew and personnel, people of those origins and relevant jurisdictions involved, fisheries authorities, fishing companies, stakeholders, NGOs. So there's a lot of risk, there's a lot of complexity, and you have to have a very flexible approach to actually carrying out an audit in this space. So here's Marcelo in the white t-shirt there in the corner, and sitting there with 6 crew. So this is clearly on board a purse seiner, and you actually have to have we focus on having the 3 points of verification, the interviews, the observation by our people, and then documentation to actually carry out the assessments. So in the fishing industry, some of the kind of overarching challenges in this space is that when the OSA tool was created in 2012, there was only really ILO C188 and a handful of guidances and regulations for this onboard social accountability space. However, since 2016, there's been a boom of codes of conduct, new standards, regulations, and guidances, mostly also based on ILO C188. So this can be very confusing to retailers, NGOs, and fishing companies. Some might say there's a bit of a battle or a war going on between social standards and regulations. I'm being a little bit more diplomatic for the record there and just saying it's a plethora. But as I said, we very much hope that the social accountability space learns from the eco-labeling space. And obviously there's issues because the social accountability experts and some of the NGO advocates and entities don't want to become fishing organizations, and the fishing conservation or sustainable fishing or NGO advocates and entities in that space don't want to become social accountability organizations, but there's a clear need for the overlap there. And then in the sort of audit space, there was a similar reaction in the 90s to the HACCP process as well. And this time it's in a new topic in a new arena, this social accountability space. Another challenge that you would expect is to how to get agreement for audit date and time across the port, the vessels in port, the fishing operations and activities, and the right combinations of crew and captain and company personnel available to be available for the assessment and the auditors to speak to them. And naturally now with COVID, that presents a whole another level of complexity. Must not forget, of course, the role that recruitment agencies play in between crew and fishing companies. Another aspect here is there's a direct relationship between size of the fishing company and the benefits for crew members. And interesting to note that we've started to think that the OSA scope can be actually across all maritime operations, as well as, of course, aquaculture. A number of us have background in the maritime space, but we haven't developed any work in that arena yet. So in terms of starting this work in the last few years, some of the OSA personnel have been involved in this work before OSA was created. So there's a lead time of experience here. There's clear issues in internal communication regarding health and safety, human rights, and communication. A lack of management systems and supporting documentation, even amongst very, very good companies. And a lack of control of suppliers, as Darian mentioned around the scope. This work and Tom with supply chain engagement. You really have to start going down the supply chain to extend management system requirements into buyer specifications. And we're familiar with that around sustainable fishing, and now we obviously need to start taking those lessons into we as a movement, as a sustainable seafood agenda and movement, we need to take that into this treatment of workers on board. Verification and internal control can be very mixed depending on where the operations are occurring and the types of operations. Similarly with health and safety, and then the health and safety within a company, and then in relation to assessment against international requirements. Huge issues around hygiene across different vessel types, and then of course wages. And we know that some operations really rely, especially in the tuna longline space, really rely on incredibly poor conditions and wages for economic efficiency, and yet is that really economically efficient over time? So what are the baselines for living wages across the people on board vessels and their countries of origin? Bonuses in relation to finning and catch, shark finning and catch. These are all things to kind of work through over time, and certainly it's not OSA's agenda to solve this, but we have tools and ways of helping companies do so responsibly themselves, that the ones that want to step up and actually be genuine in the way they treat people, and let alone compliant in addressing regulation or responding to buyer specifications. Internal communications between crew from different countries with language barriers, and then of course also between crew and the captain. You may have Korean skippers and Filipino officers and Indonesian deck crew. We've had this situation in New Zealand up until 2016 when our law was changed. Very shameful examples of this we're familiar with here as well. And fishing trip length and resting time, these are practicalities that are difficult to solve, and maybe where the wearable tech side of things can help. So some of you are familiar with the whole kind of, well, not some of you, most of you are familiar with the overall approach of using market pressure to help drive change and improvement. And OSA is very much focused at the vessel fishing end of things. But we've had a fair outreach in the last 6 months to some of the NGO organisations involved in this space, to GTA, to ISSF, and a handful of others, in starting to share what we are capable of doing. And we very much try and work in this overlapping space between catching operations and market scheme requirements. So the indicators and metrics that we cover are here: ethical and high integrity business, management systems, child labour, forced labour, occupational health and safety, discrimination, remuneration and working agreements, medical examination of facilities, crewing and repatriation, living and working conditions, working hours, verification process, subcontractor and supplier controls, as I've mentioned, and training and communication capability building. So quite interesting to note that evolution over time of onboard social accountability and human rights at sea, and this growing space for regulation and different guidances across the world. That, you know, it is proliferating. So again, urge those here to be mindful of that and actually try and focus on getting the job done and getting change happening, rather than ongoing proliferation and sub breaking down different standards. So some case study examples. This is work that Marcelo has done. One example here of a tuna fleet with 5 seiners, 21 crew, 5 nationalities across 5 countries, 4 different brokers and crewing agencies in the Indian Ocean. And this is the OSA indicator framework before and after. So in 2015, an analysis was done. And then a year later, and you know, not particularly naming the vessels here, but this is how the work was presented, and then the follow-up review, where you can see how different indicators had improved and moved on this spider diagram. So if you as a company go through this benchmark assessment process that we have, you know, you'll understand your social impact. You'll understand how this can be complementary to law enforcement, the improvement of practices in port, coastal and flag states in relation to your operations, opportunities to improve communication. There's been no reference to living wages in some of these assessments that have been done, lack of supplier control. You know, it's an absolute must that there is management systems developed and in place. Agents and brokers have been not controlled. Electronic tools may assist crew on board, and we're seeking to develop work in that space. The tuna industry has a high degree of compliance with some of these indicators, but in others related to accountability and traceability, improvement is needed for social aspects. A different example, the toothfish fleet. 3 multi-purpose vessels, longliner and trawler, 28 crew across the vessels and 2 observers, 6 nationalities, 1 agent, and fishing in Antarctic and Australian waters. And this is how, and also, I mean, Austral Fisheries won't mind being named here. They're mentioned down below in the bullet points here. Their full report, their full second report, is available online through their website or through OSA's website. And you know, you can see here from the spider diagram how quite significant shifts occurred in their management system. They developed 70 policies and procedures in the 2 years between the assessments that we did. And I mean, one of the things I'm really proud of was the clear articulation and adjustment of living wages where necessary. I mean, this is making a tangible difference to people's lives. They also started with Wi-Fi on board as a worker voice aspect, and we are aware there are moves to have more detail around the development of work, the application of worker voice, what it actually means in practice. But this is a very good start. We conducted some training and capability building of key personnel, and through putting their second report online, they have significantly increased the company transparency in this space. And that has helped us helped OSA be clear that we can be, we are aiming to be compliant with the ISEAL, the Global Eco-Labeling Alliance credibility principles. So whilst we are not an ISEAL member and have no intentions of becoming an ISEAL member, because OSA is not a certification or eco-labeling system, or labeling system rather, we do try to adhere to the recommended credibility principles of ISEAL. I've covered some of these points, so I'll just skip on to this transparency, social responsibility pyramid here, the maturity pyramid. And if you go through an OSA assessment, you'll see where you are on this framework, and where you can then bring in your own second and third party auditors to verify the work that we've done, to verify the work that you've done to improve against the recommendations that we've mapped out for you. So interesting to note the investment in living and working conditions across some of the different fleets. 30-odd% of operational costs go towards the care and of personnel in the Spanish fleet and living and working conditions, 25 to 38% in the Ecuadorian, a little bit lower in the Philippine, 25% for PNG, but we don't know, what it is across some of the other vessels in the WCP, for example. But we are in a position to start to understand this fleet by fleet if and when that becomes of interest. So here's some examples of conditions that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Here's the Philippine and PNG fleets, pretty tidy. Spanish, extremely tidy. Longliners are another challenge though. Another kettle of fish, as one might say. This photos kindly provided by Greenpeace, and we all know that it's actually going to be quite significant collaborative work to make an impact in the way people are treated in this space. So from a next steps point of view, the social accountability onboard fishery assessment tool, we would recommend be a pre-requirement for compliance against social accountability in fisheries and aquaculture globally. We recommend implementing a comprehensive approach that we can help assess and design with ILO C188 as the spine and backbone of that. And obviously that would help address IUU issues and require a management system. Our comprehensive approach prepares fishing companies for onboard social accountability implementation of any regulations, codes of conduct and standards that they seek to adhere to or must adhere to for market or government or RFMO. And you'll be aware that WCPFC is the first RFMO with a resolution in this space. We hope it becomes a CMM, binding CMM, and urge you to advocate for that. And similarly across the other RFMOs. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Catherine. We will take the questions after the break. So I thank the panelists for your presentation also in this session. We'll have a 15-minute break. During the break, there will be videos, I think both from FAO, from ILO, and from some of the sponsors of this event. So we'll meet in 15 minutes time, then we'll take the questions for this panel and we'll move to the next panel focusing on technology and innovation. So 15-minute break. See you in a while.
Let us all ensure that our common oceans are managed sustainably to ensure a rich blue heritage for future generations.
Masa is the world leader in the manufacture of equipment for canned fish. For half a century, our company has been ahead of the market, proposing new machines, new stimuli to the sector. Each model we patent increases the productivity or efficiency of the previous one.
From restaurants to family kitchens, on every corner of the planet, fish is a staple that feeds and nourishes millions of people every day. It's one of the world's most valuable and most sought-after resources. But the men and women who earn their livelihoods from the sea know that getting fish to the market is rewarding, but often quite challenging work.
We do 6-hour shifts. If you have a problem but you don't want to disturb a shipmate who's sleeping, there's always a sailor on call who stays awake. Here we're like a family.
It's a good job on the boat. I've worked for 4 years and everything has been fine for me.
Nearly 55 million people around the world work in the fishing industry. Nearly 40 million work on board fishing vessels, working inland waters or at sea. There is incredible diversity in the size and types of fishing vessels in the industry, from very large deep-sea vessels to coastal vessels, to very small boats. However, most of the world's fishing vessels are small, less than 24 meters long. But no matter what the size of their vessel, their nationality, or in which waters they fish, the world's fishermen, or fishers as they are known, have a lot of things in common at work.
We have to be careful when we are walking on the boat, because it's slippery.
We have to be careful when we are working, and make sure no one's leg is stuck in the net. Otherwise, when we throw the net, someone can drown.
At sea, the work is really hard. It's very dangerous, and you need to be careful.
Fishing is a demanding and often hazardous way to earn a living. The hours are long. The marine environment is hard on everyone. Potentially dangerous machinery is everywhere, and with it, the threat of serious injury, even death.
There are always small and big accidents on board. We've had them on this boat. In fact, we lost a friend. That's life.
And a fisher's life can be isolated. Many fishers spend long periods at sea, away from home and family.
Sometimes when I talk to my friends, I tell them I miss my home. I want to go back. I miss my mum and dad.
Beyond the day-to-day demands of the job, some of the world's fishers experience unpaid wages, unsanitary conditions, dangerous working environments, and unsafe vessels. Forced and even child labor are unfortunate realities in some of the world's fisheries today. Globalization and new technologies have increased the demands on fishers, and in some cases have increased the risks on board. The changes in the fishing industry have created a need for standards that apply worldwide, standards that recognize the unique nature of the fishing sector while ensuring fishers have protection, at least equivalent to people working in other occupations. In 2007, at the 96th International Labor Conference, the ILO responded by adopting the Work in Fishing Convention number 188, designed to ensure that the world's commercial fishers have decent working conditions on board fishing vessels. The convention spells out specific minimum requirements for work on board, conditions of service, accommodation and food, occupational safety and health protection, medical care, and social security. For example, it provides that fishers should have a clear agreement setting out not only their responsibilities, but those of the fishing vessel owners. The convention also calls for the inspection of fishing vessels. In Spain, a maritime inspector, a labor inspector, and a doctor have boarded a fishing vessel in port.
Hola, buenos días. Soy Patricia Samamez, inspectora de trabajo. ¿Cómo se llama la empresa?
Their inspection is a joint initiative led by the Ministry of Public Works and Transport and the Ministry of Employment and Social Security. Fishing vessel owners say inspections like this make vessels safer and better places to work.
Labor inspections are good, both for the crew and for the company. If an accident happens, there are consequences, not only for the victim, but for the employers as well. Labor inspections benefit us. We care that our vessels are respecting safety standards.
Las bombillas, todas las luminarias, que tengan carcasa, que esté accesible.
The labor inspector checks not only where the crew works, but where they sleep, eat, and relax.
Tiene apertura interior.
The inspector checks where the food is prepared and where it is stored. The medical stores. Documentation for the crew. Everything to do with a fisher's living and working conditions on board.
Today, in terms of safety, I think everything is covered. We have a system for evacuation of the ship, fire safety procedures. Everyone has their own life vest and helmet. I think how we are handling safety is good.
For many of the owners of Spain's fishing vessels, there is a clear need for the workplace standards set out in Convention 188, not only locally, but around the world.
Se puede utilizar este convenio para buscar el objetivo.
We can use this convention to reach our goal, which is to encourage those countries that lag behind in implementing social and labour rights to get on board with us so that they can join the trend of improving the safety and working conditions on board vessels. I think it's essential.
De mejorar las condiciones de seguridad y las condiciones laborales a bordo de los buques. Creo que esto es esencial.
Workers' organizations agree. Luz Bazabella is an inspector for the International Transport Workers Federation.
Pues yo creo que el convenio 188
Convention 188 is necessary because sustainable fishing has to go hand in hand with humane fishing.
We talk a lot about environmental rights, but don't forget there are human beings on board those vessels.
Medioambientales, pero nos olvidamos que en esos barcos van seres humanos.
More than 8 out of 10 of the world's fishers are in Asia. The fundamentals behind Convention 188 are strongly supported by the owners of Thailand's fishing vessels.
It is necessary to follow this because we can't afford to fish without rules or regulations anymore. When we comply with Convention 188, it improves our fisheries in a positive way, and that helps improve the international standard of our fishing industry.
The standards set out in the convention can be a distinct advantage for vessel owners to attract new recruits and retain old hands. The safety and health provisions could cut costs since fewer injuries will increase productivity. The convention also gives national governments a reference point for the drafting and developing of national legislation and policies on commercial fishing.
ILO Convention 188 on work and fishing is a very useful reference point for setting standards on work and fishing. It's been useful for us in our discussions with the Thai government and Thai industry in revising the ministerial regulation on work and fishing, also working with the industry on drafting a code of conduct and developing good labor practice guidelines.
The fishers themselves recognize that standards are not only important, but necessary in a globalized world.
I think it is a good idea to have a system for someone to take responsibility for everything when we work.
The convention is also a valuable tool to prevent or address some of the most unacceptable forms of work, such as the use of forced labor and child labor. While Convention 188 is firm on principles, there is flexibility in the implementation to take into account the global diversity of fishing operations and the capacity of individual countries. A global industry requires a global standard. Convention 188 is a landmark in the fishing sector. It will change the lives of fishers everywhere, guaranteeing a safer and decent workplace for the millions of people who provide a vital source of the world's food.
Okay, dear everyone, I hope you enjoyed the videos, found them interesting. The videos shown during the break. We can start in 1 minute, so I will ask the participants, both in the new and the previous panel, to prepare themselves. I'm preparing one question for the outgoing panel, for Tom, for Darren, and for Catherine, before we move into the more technology-focused presentation or panel. Okay, so dear participants, welcome back after the break. And my question to the outgoing panel is, what is, in your opinion, if you were to single out one action by by governments to improve the situation in sustainability as related to both social responsibility and the environmental balance in the tuna sector. If there is one single action, is it strengthening of the RFMOs? Is it enforcement of the control measures? Is it new standards, or is it implementation of the standards we have? So please be short, concise. We'll start with Tom, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. A great question. I think short and sweet, the number one thing that countries can do in terms of environmental sustainability is implement comprehensive harvest strategies with harvest controls in place. I think that would have a huge positive benefit to fisheries. It's not the only issue, of course, but it would be a huge one. In terms of social, lots of things that could be done, but I think if there was one thing that governments could do, it's adopt the upcoming FAO guidelines on social guidelines in value chains. I think it's been watered down to voluntary. I think that was a very bad move. So, and I'm not just saying that because you're moderating, but yeah, they're the two things I would say.
Okay, we can come back to that later. Darian, please.
Well, it would be very boring just to agree with Tom and say harvest control rules and strategies, although I do think that is very important because the sustainability of the fisheries also is going to impact the labour. It is as the fisheries come out of balance that you also get the imbalance with labour. But to go for something different, I think governments should be agreeing to the port states measures agreement and implementing the requirements within, and then you can start to attack issues around IUU fishing and associate issues with modern slavery.
Thank you very much. And Catherine, please.
Thank you. Yeah, look, the notion that people that are care for the planet. When you care for the planet, you feel better about caring for yourselves. It sounds a little bit esoteric, but actually recognizing that there's a relationship there is one key thing for us all to do, not just governments. But from in terms of answering the question about governments, I would suggest we need more of the. We need every RFMO to have a resolution like WCPFC has to address the social issues and turn them into conservation management measures. So can we have that within the next 5 years across all RFMOs, please?
Okay, thank you very much. And since I have the floor, and there was a reference to the work within FAO on social responsibility. You may know that FAO as a secretariat made a proposal in response to the mandate given us by the Committee on Fisheries and the Subcommittee on Fisheries. So what we developed, we did not develop any new standard. Our proposal was to build on all the standards that are there that are relevant, whether it's ILO 188, whether there's the small-scale fisheries guidelines, or all of those official guidelines and the OECD, FAO guidance, for example, for agricultural production, to build on those that are already there, put them together to specify specifically what is most relevant for the fisheries and aquaculture sector. And we suggested to break that down into capture fisheries, industrial fisheries, small-scale fisheries, aquaculture, processing, and also the distribution chain. This is still very much in process. We are still working with the FAO member countries to get their support, to put it like that. We'll have a virtual Committee on Fisheries meeting in February in Rome, but it's going to be virtual, but Rome time in the first week of February, and we will then present the outcome of the Subcommittee on Fish Trade and the deliberations on this initiative, and hopefully we'll get support from the FAO member countries. It's important, though, that this is not only an issue that is dealt with by governments, but also by industry, by social societies, social organizations, NGOs, and others. So it's also important that government and your government representatives get the views of NGOs, of civil society, of industry, because at least I personally think that this is not only something at a higher level. It's certainly something that with the efforts and inputs from industry, we will be able to improve the livelihoods of those who are engaged in the sector. So it's not just for governments, it's for all the stakeholders to engage and to promote this issue, because it's so important, as we've seen in many of the presentations today and many of the pictures that we've seen. In 1 month's time, we'll also celebrate World Fisheries Day. And in that event, to be organized by FAO with other stakeholders, we're also going to focus on the livelihoods of those who are engaged in the sector, how to improve their livelihoods, food security, and social conditions. So that is in 1 month's time. Now, let's move to the next panel. So I thank the outgoing panel. The third panel of today is focusing on more technological, innovative, new technologies, whether it's blockchain, whether it's digitalization, and whether it's traceability systems in terms of branding or labeling. The first speaker is Martin Purvis, who's Managing Director in the International Pole and Line Foundation, based in South Africa, and he will take us through what his organization is doing in terms of sustainable operations and how that is communicated down the value chain. So Martin, please.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, good. Let me just get my screen right. So thank you, Dr. Lem, and thank you to INFOFISH for the opportunity to talk today. And of course, also thank you to the virtual audience joining us today for being willing to listen to me and hear what I have got to say today. My talk is about sustainable one-by-one tuna fisheries and how we can all work together to build back better in a post-COVID world, and really also looking at the impacts that COVID-19 has had on the fisheries we work with. When I was thinking about what I would speak about today, I got a chance to reflect on some of my trips over the past couple of years to some of the small scale tuna fishing communities that we at the International Pole and Line Foundation work with. And this is always a good reminder for me and my colleagues on what it is that we're really trying to achieve at the foundation. Over the years, I met wonderful, hardworking fishermen and women in places as remote as Lamu, a small coastal town in the north of Kenya, just south of the border of Somalia. In a remote island in the Atlantic Ocean, St. Helena, which is famous for, amongst other things, hosting Napoleon in exile after he's defeated Waterloo and far from the reach of his soldiers to free him. The beautiful islands of the Maldives, spectacular Azores, the Lakshadweep Islands north of the Maldives, Indian islands off the coast of India, and then some of the far-flung fishing operations in Indonesia, places like West Papua, Bitung, and Ambon, which I've visited over the years. Now, when visiting these communities, I think one thing that, you know, through the conversations struck me is these are the fishermen and communities living in these remote islands and coastal states are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and livelihoods of coastal communities are often very closely linked to ocean resources. And, you know, talking to the fishermen, the woman traders, small processors, boat owners, and the people that go out daily out at sea making a living, was the alignment in their message about the need for help to protect their livelihoods. We've spoken about livelihoods, other people on this conference. And I think in the context of the small-scale fishermen, they feel threatened by large industrial fisheries with which they often compete for scarce resources. They often feel left behind by decision makers and markets that don't provide them with support and equal opportunities. And when we talk about sustainable fisheries, it's this livelihoods aspect that is often neglected and ignored. The 2030 agenda, which we're all familiar with, and its sustainable development goals are focused on poverty alleviation, sustainable resource use, and improved livelihoods for all. It provides a clear pathway and targets for governments and the business community on how we can ensure sustainable development that leaves no one behind. And it's this aspect of our work at IPNLF that's most important. The main beneficiaries of our work are the small-scale tuna fishermen catching tuna one at a time, and their activities make a very important contribution to sustainable development. And I think we need to keep this in mind when we talk about sustainable fisheries. It's not just about environmental sustainability, but livelihoods is a very important aspect. So what is it that we do at the International Pole and Line Foundation? We very much focused on the one-by-one fishing sector, as I said. Fishermen catching tuna one at a time using hand lines, pole and line, and troll fishing methods. Targeting skipjack, yellowfin, albacore, big eye, bluefin tuna, depending where they're operating, often also referred to as coastal tuna fisheries, and contributing to the global economy by a value of $5.5 billion. Why are these fisheries important?
Porque son importantes estas pesquerías.
Sorry, there was an interruption.
Perdón, hubo una interrupción.
Can I carry on? These fisheries are very important because they are labor rich. They create a lot of employment at the local level. There's often local ownership. Control of income and profit share happens at the local level. It leads to community cohesion. There's often a rich cultural heritage connected to these fisheries, and it stimulates local economic development. When we look at the environmental side, the fisheries are highly selective, low bycatch of endangered species, minimal habitat damage, which is very important in the context of small island developing states, and risks around climate change and resilience. And then also low risk of ghost fishing. And if only one-by-one fishing methods were used, we would never see overfished tuna resources. So impossible to fish the resource down to overfish levels. The mission of IPNLF is to empower responsible fisheries, which give back to the seas and the people that depend on them. And our vision is a world with thriving fisheries that work in balance with nature by catching one fish at a time. And we work in various ways. We work at the fishers level, at improvements at sea and within supply chains. We work at the policy level, participating at RFMO meetings and helping to influence policy. And then we also work closely with our market partners. The impacts of COVID-19 has been felt severely in the sector, the one-by-one fishery sector. Firstly, we had disruptions on logistics. As you know, flights were cancelled overnight. Flights are very important for the supply of fresh frozen products out from the countries where they are fished. And also disruption in ports caused further disruptions around logistics. On the market side, the impacts were felt immediately with the food service markets disappearing overnight with lockdowns and closures of restaurants, leading to drops in prices and also the disruptions we've seen in the retail sector. And this has obviously also had an impact on the demand, sharp increase in demand for canned tuna, which is also some of the fisheries that we work with, the pole and line sector in particular, supplying canned tuna with sort of crisis buying of canned tuna as a commodity in the early days of lockdowns, and then shifts in how seafood is purchased with increasing purchases being done online, and some of these impacts will be felt in a post-COVID world as well. So, you know, although the impacts are not always that clear and it differs in the different areas, there's certainly been severe impacts on small-scale fisheries in general, and also the women workers that are connected to these fisheries. They're often the worst affected by the economic impacts connected to the pandemic. And many small vessels around the world have been confined to port, and their markets have in some cases disappeared or remained uncertain. And this hasn't been, those impacts hasn't been felt to the same extent in the industrial fisheries, which are often competing with the small scale sector. The other component, as I said, the work that we do is with our market partners. We work with retailers, brands, suppliers, processors, and also fishers associations throughout the supply chain, and working on supporting the one-by-one sector. So with our members are very much focused on playing their part in bringing more socially responsible and environmentally sustainable tuna to the market. By 2025, we've made a commitment, the 2025 commitment. All of our members will commit to drive transparency, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability in their one-by-one supply chains. And they will further commit to engage in responsible value chain improvements in at least 75% of their supply fisheries. And it's this commitment from our members which we really rely on to make the difference at the community level, where we engage with the fishermen and the communities that depend on them. We've developed, or in the process of developing, a number of tools on how we will ensure that these commitments are real and that they are monitored and effectively implemented. The first of that being our sourcing transparency platform. The sourcing transparency platform, as its name indicates, is all about creating greater transparency in supply chains, but it is also a marketing platform for our members to showcase the improvements that they have done within their one-by-one tuna supply chains. So it's a platform that will be accessed by our members, and it will also be focused on communicating with consumers. So overall, the STP is focused on our overarching goals of supporting safe and fair working environments, one-by-one fisheries that have a minimum impact on marine ecosystems, and then transparency in supply chain operations. It's visual, it's dynamic, and it relies on a lot of data. We work in various locations globally and have many projects on the ground, and many of these projects are focused on improvements, and obviously there's a lot of data that can substantiate these improvements, and so it will be a combination of visually representing what is happening in the fisheries that we work with, but also backed up by data. It's aligned with various sustainability initiatives, the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, the FAO voluntary guidelines for small-scale fisheries, and then also on the traceability side, the Global Dialogue on Seafood Traceability, which we've endorsed. And there's two main audiences: our members and their buyers and suppliers, the market side, business to business aspect, and then also very importantly, consumers. Consumers need to understand the ethical sourcing sitting behind the tuna that they by, and that is part of what we hope to achieve through the STP. As I said, it's a visual representation, and this is just a graphic that explains what the STP might look like when it's accessed through the portal, where you can click on the various components of the supply chain and find more information, and also find more information on specific improvements that have happened in those supply chains. The other closely linked to the work we're doing with the STP is our fisheries improvement toolbox, which has a number of different components, but is focused on overall improvements around sustainability and traceability, and also seafood quality assurance. So why did we think the fisheries improvement toolbox is needed? We feel that all fisheries and their value chains have scope to improve, and we want to help our members to continue to lead by example, and this provides them with a framework of implementing improvements. These responsible practices should also connect to conscious consumers that are interested and aware of the provenance of their seafood products. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We'll be engaging with strategic targeted fixes in a cost-effective way with our members, and often supported by some of our donors that are interested in the type of improvements we'll be focusing on. So it's a stepwise approach. There's an engagement initially with our member. We then have discussions around a particular project, and we will develop a proposal with budgets. As I said, sometimes the improvements would be self-funded from the members' side, so from the supply chain, and in other cases there might be support, co-funding, for instance, coming from one of our donors. And these improvements are then implemented, tracked, and reported back to the member. And lastly, very important, is to communicate publicly around these improvements and showcase the good work that our members are doing. We've got a number of tools under the Fisheries Improvement Toolbox. The Social Responsibility Improvement Tool is focused on providing the evidence of the social benefits that we say occur in the one-by-one fisheries and their value chains. It's basically focused on a human rights-based approach in fisheries. We feel that there's huge differences in how one-by-one tuna fisheries operate compared to many of the other tuna fisheries. There's much shorter trips. There's often these fisheries, in most cases, operate within the economic zones of countries and fly the flag of the flag states in which the communities and fishermen are based. And as I said before, there's many of those local economic benefits that occur in these communities that are connected to these fisheries. Our second tool, the Ecosystem and Management Improvement Tool, is focused on a holistic idea around impacts on the marine ecosystem and understanding the environmental issues, but also how management improvements can affect sustainability within those fisheries. When talking about the Ecosystem and Management Tool, some of the components that would, for instance, fall under that is things like MSC certification or fisheries improvement projects, but it's not exclusively focused on certification or standards, but could also be projects that are focused on climate change, on renewable energy, for instance, implemented within our fisheries. The traceability improvement toolbox, as we all know, traceability is a very important key aspect of ensuring provenance around these fisheries, and also addressing issues with risks of IEU and food safety issues in our fisheries. And we'll be working with our members on improvements within traceability of their supply chains. Another exciting component of what we are already doing in some of the fisheries we're engaging with is our work around plastics. And we are focused on initiative around plastic neutrality, where we have committed to try and take as many of our fisheries as possible to a state of plastic neutrality. What's meant there is we monitor gear losses within our fisheries through observers and skipper interviews. And in most cases, these are monofilament lines that are lost and sections of those. And that is then offset through collection of ghost gear out at sea and retrieval of those ghost gear components, which are then brought back into circular economy approaches. And then the other component, as I mentioned, is revolves around seafood quality, improving and working with our members on seafood quality improvements. In small-scale fisheries, those might be as simple as supply of ice in some areas and remote areas, but it could also entail working with experts in improving logistics and systems to ensure proper cold chain management within supply chains. Now, as I said in the beginning of my talk, we are really focused on what the world should look like post-COVID, and specifically focused on tuna fisheries. And I'd ask you to imagine what tuna fisheries might look like if we can get to a place where equity is in place, small-scale fisheries have equal access to marine resources and markets. If we manage to eliminate harmful subsidies, which are rife in tuna fisheries and create unfair imbalance in the marketplace, and often focused and benefiting industrial large-scale fisheries. If we could get to a space where human rights are respected and where tuna supply chains are free from modern-day slavery, which again, if you follow the news, is very topical in tuna fisheries, specifically in the longline sector, but also in some of the other sectors. Biodiversity, and these are all issues that are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Threatened and endangered species, habitats and ecological functions are protected and restored. I did mention that the fisheries we work with have low environmental impacts, and that is an important aspect. And then the contribution that fisheries make to marine plastic pollution, and how do we address that, and how do we manage that, and see that as a really important component of the work that we do. So in a post-COVID world, hopefully markets, governments, and other actors can align more closely with the Sustainable Development Goals as the framework for improvement. And that is the vision of the International Pole and Line Foundation, where we can see sustainable development that contributes to the eradication of poverty, and where no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you also for mentioning subsidies. And in fact, the classification and abolishing, or at least reduction of harmful subsidies is, of course, also one of the SDG 14 targets. So thank you for mentioning that. Let's move to the next speaker. Mr. Kenneth Catafono who's a founder and managing director of a traceable solution based in Fiji, and he will talk on about blockchain technology. So, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Just give me a second while I share my screen. Just checking if you can hear me properly.
It's fine.
Thank you. And Bulavanaka to everyone. I just thought I'd put this up just to give you an idea where I'm presenting from, Fiji in the heart of the Pacific. And I'll be talking to you about blockchain technology and fisheries. As you can tell, we're quite far from any type of center for technology innovation like blockchain, but we are in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. And so briefly about the company I set up with my wife, Traceable Solutions. We're about 3 years old this month. My wife is a former Samoa Fisheries Compliance Officer. So we both have backgrounds in fisheries, and my background is in tech. We're based out of Suva in Fiji, and collectively we do traceability not just in fisheries but also in the agriculture sector right now. So we're also tracking fresh fruit and vegetables that are exported out of Fiji, as well as offshore fisheries catch out of Fiji. We're pioneers of the use of blockchain technology in the Pacific, and just a little bit more context to my presentation, if I may. So my experience is also in fisheries. So I've been in fisheries for over 8 years, working with the Pacific Islands Foreign Fisheries Agency and a whole bunch of other Pacific Island countries. So my fisheries experience, again, is from the Pacific context and the challenges that we have here in the Pacific. Also, my blockchain experience really is almost 3 years old as well. And really, I've been involved and have been speaking at various events on the technology itself, its particular application in seafood supply chains, as well as I'm also a blockchain developer myself. My background is tech, and I've been building information systems around the Pacific for close to a decade now. So just with that as a background, and also recently I co-authored the FAO's first study on blockchain in seafood value chains together with my friend Francisco Blaha. From our experience, I think it's important to understand a little bit about the technology. You might have heard quite a lot about how blockchain is going to revolutionize basically every sector. Because we're quite far from everywhere else, and we don't have a lot of technical expertise, our company, we figured that we'd get involved in blockchain and see where that would take us. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the very basics that you need to understand about blockchain. And I'll try and cover this in the next few slides. So the first thing you need to know is the difference between decentralized and distributed. You would know that a blockchain network is a decentralized as well as a distributed system. Decentralized in the sense that there's no central authority. So you can have blockchain networks where, like the Bitcoin blockchain network, where there's no central authority or no one in control of it, really. Distributed in the sense that it lives, or the technology itself lives on computers around the world, so thousands of computers. It's essentially a digital ledger, so a ledger of transactions, and it's immutable in the sense that once data gets onto the ledger, you can't delete it. Well, you can't modify it without meeting certain very difficult conditions. But what you can do is you can append the data. This particular characteristic lends itself to traceability and to a lot of applications that are currently in use. The other thing to understand is that because it's a digital ledger that's distributed across the world, each node of the network has the same copy of the ledger. So you have thousands of copies of the same data that's immutable. The third characteristic really is that it's cryptographically secure, which basically means it's very difficult to hack. It uses cryptographic techniques to store the data, and which again makes it difficult to manipulate. Now, this is a very basically what a blockchain looks like. It's a connection of blocks. Each block contains a number of transactions that have been hashed or have been encrypted onto it, and each block is linked to every other block, to another block. So basically, each block has a unique identity, which could be a digital identity like a hash. And this particular characteristic, again, lends itself quite well to traceability. especially when you're tracking any type of product. The other things you should know about blockchains is there are different types. So there are public blockchains which are open, anyone can participate in, like the Bitcoin blockchain or the Ethereum blockchain. Then you have private permissioned ones where single entities can restrict access, or you can have consortiums, permissioned blockchains, where basically a group of entities can restrict access and participation in that network. There are many different types of blockchain platforms. There isn't any single one platform. There probably, there are quite a few, and I've listed a number of them there. The blockchain network works on the idea around consensus. So each of the copies of the ledger needs to be the same, and it does that through the consensus mechanisms that it employs. So different blockchain platforms can utilize different types of mechanisms, which basically means it can utilize different ways of authenticating the data or verifying the data. Okay, so how does all of this work in fisheries? And this is a very particular value chain that we work with. This is the longline tuna value chain here in the Pacific. And so we basically try to track products right from the fisher all the way through the consumer where possible. And those are the different types of actors that you would have to work through to get products to the consumer. And at each stage of the process, as you would know, you're collecting data. Now, all of this data doesn't necessarily need to go onto the blockchain. You can collect it in a centralized database and only transmit key data elements for that particular product onto the blockchain, which helps because it reduces the cost of any type of blockchain transactions. Okay, now, so this is a very typical process again. There's some form of tagging or some type of physical identity with the product at the point of capture. So in the longline fishery, we can tag each fish, but if it's the purseine fishery, you might be doing it by set or by hold, or if it's any other type of fishery, it would depend, on the tracking capability. But there's some type of identity associated with it. And then at each stage along the process, as the product moves through the supply chain, data, that particular product and its identity is being recorded, and data is continuously being added to it. Right at the end, you can see a QR code. I'll give you a couple of seconds. I mean, you can actually scan that and see what it looks like on the blockchain. But I'm sure everyone's quite familiar with the whole traceability process. And again, this could differ depending on the type of fishery that it's being implemented in. Right, so the technology is again very, very simple. You have some form of data capture on board the vessel, or at in the first mile. It could be on the vessel, could be in a processing facility, and essentially you're just digitally recording each fish that's coming through that process. That data gets synchronized into a web platform, which many people are familiar with. Very standard traceability stuff, and then the key data elements are seamlessly integrated into the blockchain. I've got Ethereum there because that's the platform that we work with, and we actually offer that integration as a service because there's a cost associated with putting data onto the blockchain, particularly if it's a public blockchain. So you basically, we're leaving that option to our customers to choose whether they want to go with that. Now, you'll see a whole bunch of blockchain projects, blockchain fisheries related projects offering different types of value propositions. You'll see a whole bunch of different logos there. Those are the different projects and different providers of the service. All of them offer some form of track and trace capability. Some of them talk about seafood sustainability. You're also looking at transparency along seafood supply chains. Some of them talk about compliance to international law or what have you. Some projects try to incentivize fisheries data collection along the way using blockchain technology. As you know, in some fisheries, data collection could be difficult. And other projects also try to link this to microfinancing for fishers, which is probably a good incentive. And in terms of the types of seafood commodities that have been tracked, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different commodities listed there. Now, you may be familiar, or you might have seen these Gartner hype cycles. And this hype cycle in particular is a year old, but it's about blockchain technology. And so the two things that I'd like you to see on this hype cycle is, firstly, up the top there, at the top of the peak of inflated expectations, is the blockchain in supply chains. And you would know over the last 4 to 5 years, there's been a lot of talk about how blockchain is going to revolutionize supply chains. It hasn't quite happened yet. You'll also notice that the technology itself, blockchain, is also coming towards the bottom of the trough of disillusionment, which basically means that, you know, they're starting to see perhaps some light that this technology could have, you know, serious applications in the real world, and that there would be some, you know, return on investment by going onto, you know, blockchain platforms. But it's still quite a way away from, you know, having acceptance across, you know, whichever industry it is. Likewise in the fisheries industry. So some of the challenges of implementing blockchain in fisheries, and I know there's a lot of companies, a lot of organizations, of people who are quite interested in this for various reasons. But, you know, the typical challenges around the supply chain traceability really is, you know, about the need for traceability, or, you know, whether it's voluntary or it's, you know, mandated. There's also challenges in terms of implementation costs. So there's costs, you know, all the way throughout the supply chain. There's always the question about who's going to benefit from that. I think a recent, I saw a recent Future of Fish report that talked about how the return on investment of digital traceability systems has yet to be realized. So, you know, blockchain traceability systems are also in that same vein. Now, also, you know, implementation across the supply chain. We all know that if you have vertical integration, then yes, it'll be easy to track a product. But if you don't have that, it becomes extremely difficult, because you'll have to work with a lot of partners. Now, first mile implementation is also a challenge in some fisheries. In terms of the technology itself, again, adoption across the seafood supply chain, there's so many platforms, there's so many projects happening. People are not following any one type of standard, which makes it even difficult to work across. The technology itself is also evolving. So transaction speed, you know, the speed it takes to put data onto the blockchain is improving over time, as is the cost, but that factor is still there. So it's still a little more expensive and a little slower than using a centralized database, which many of us are familiar with. Also, the debate around public versus permission networks. A lot of the projects use permissioned blockchain networks. Our belief is that, you know, for full transparency, for trust, that public blockchain networks should be utilized. A permission network, in our view, is, you know, just the same as having a centralized database. And again, in terms of interoperability of data systems, I think, you know, that's a challenge itself across the industry when you talk about traceability. Now, so since the pandemic, we've actually seen quite a peak in interest in terms of organizations, companies looking at blockchain technology as a way to differentiate their products. And a lot of folks that we talk to, that's exactly what they want to do. So they want to use it as some means to market their products differently. We've also seen some of our clients who are in the fresh seafood industry, badly affected by the pandemic, but because they have digital traceability, they've had a chance to actually, you know, differentiate themselves a little bit from the competition. But again, you know, our view in terms of the technology itself and its application in fisheries is really that because we're here in the middle of the Pacific, you know, we need to know how the technology is evolving and how it affects us and how we can implement it the best way possible at the cheapest way, at the cheapest cost here in the Pacific that'll meet our needs really. And this quote that I picked out from, we also have this in our FAO report, is really blockchain and other types of digital technologies. They're just another tool in the toolbox, to address overfishing or IUU fishing or anything related to the seafood industry. It's a collective set of tools that will really make a difference. And so I think it's important to point that out, that blockchain, like many other technologies on its own, is not a silver bullet. Again, with that, grateful for the opportunity to present and happy to take on any questions later. Thank you very much, Dr. Lim, and everyone.
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you very much. And also for making it quite understandable for, for a layman in this technology. We'll move now to Gabriel Gomez, who is General Manager of Marine Instruments in Spain. He's got a long history and experience in providing solutions, electric, technologically based solution to the industry. So Gabriel Gomez, please.
So just to make a short test, can you listen to me?
Yeah.
I'll try to share now the screen. So, okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, I would like to thank then INFOFISH for the opportunity to talk about our company, Marine Instruments, and also the opportunity to discuss about our technological vision, as to where the tuna fishing industry is going. And also, I would like to thank the participants, that are still connected. We have been there. We have been here for the last 4 hours. So I'll try to be short and brief in my presentation. So Marine Instruments, we are actually a local company. We're based in Galicia, in the western tip of Spain, but we have a global reach. Our products are distributed in almost all oceans. We have 33 different distributors worldwide, and you can find our technology from Iceland to the South Georgias. We design and manufacture electronic systems. So we are mostly known for our satellite buoys, for tuna fishing, for fats, but also we provide radio buoys for the lawn liners. And recently we have been heavily investing in remote electronic monitoring systems and also in drones. And then we also started working for the aquaculture industry, and we just introduced a smart feeding technology for shrimp farming. And we have been also recently starting to deliver our drones for the security and defense industry here in Spain, mostly for inspection and control. So talking a few facts and figures about our company, I would say that innovation is in our DNA. We make a solid bet on R&D, and we invest year after year, more or less 7% of our sales revenue in research and development. We made a strategic choice for in-house manufacturing. That has been very, very key during the COVID pandemic, because it has allowed us to provide and to have a flexibility in our supply chain, and also to provide reliable and reliability and quality products to our customers. So let's head into the presentation.
Sorry, your presentation is not in presentation mode. We see all the slides if you want to.
Oh, okay. So how do I do that then? Where is it? Let me check. How about this? Okay. How about now?
No, it's like before, but I think INFOFISH, the technician, will do it for you. Please continue.
Okay.
Sorry, Gabriel, can you put your presentation on full screen?
Yeah, it is now in full screen.
Because we're still seeing the slides from the...
Let me check again, Dan. Obviously. How about now?
Right.
That's perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
It's the problem with the two screens, yeah? Okay. So I was talking about the concept of Tuna 4.0, yeah, which is a concept, yeah, we took over from the Industry 4.0 framework, and in particular, this concept of the key enabling technologies, yeah. So there is a number of these transversal technologies that is commonly spoken, yeah, when we talk about Industry 4.0. One of them is artificial intelligence, which is a buzzword of the moment, yeah. And of course, we're talking about Internet of Things, we're talking about sensorization of fishing vessels, and at the end, we're also talking about big data and drones, yeah. And so why do we do that? Yeah, we started a couple of years ago delivering a service together with the buoys, yeah, where we are basically taking oceanographic data that is coming from satellites from NOAA and also from the European Space Agency and their Copernicus program. And we're churning that data, and we are using then different algorithms, big data algorithms, yeah. So then we can provide information to the fishermen as to which are the areas of the ocean with the best likelihood of success. Yeah, we are providing that information in collaboration with our partners from ASTI, which is a research institute here in Spain, specializing in marine biology and oceanography. And another example of the usage of all these key enabling technologies is we are providing as well a forecast of where our fats and our buoys are drifting. Yeah, we think this is an important feature in the sense that every year there is a lot of concern about unwanted beaching events, yeah, of or technologies in areas of the ocean or in shorelines, yeah, where they are damaging the environment, yeah, and also there is an economic expense, yeah, for our customers, yeah, which are losing that fishing gear, yeah, with a consequent economic loss, yeah. So in terms of that, yeah, we are collaborating here with the University of Santiago de Compostela, yeah, and with their Department of Nonlinear Physics, yeah, to provide a forecast, a quite accurate forecast as to where the fat and where the buoy is drifting in the next coming weeks. Yeah. Another example of the future development of artificial intelligence is the usage of machine learning and neural networks. Yeah, our engineers, yeah, and our marine acoustic experts, yeah, they have developed a number of neural networks and deep learning algorithms, yeah, in order to understand and to make assumptions of the echo soundings of our fishing buoys, yeah. That means over the last 2 years, yeah, our experts, yeah, they have been teaching these neural networks, yeah, to analyze and to make predictions as to the abundance of fish underneath the fat, and also about the composition of the fish school. Yeah, so we are able to determine whether the fish school has a biggest amount of bycatch or target species, and also with a certain accuracy, we're able also to determine the size or an average size of the target species under the fat. Yeah. So I will then show you another example, which is a short video of, we have been recently awarded a European Horizon 2020 project in collaboration with our partners from Echavastar Fleet and also ASTI again, which is called Sustuntech, yeah, and this video will show you quicker what it is all about, yeah. So this is a project that was kicked off about 6 months ago, and it is a 3-year project. Yeah, so we're still at the beginning of the project, but we're very much looking forward to the results. Yeah, because as you can see here, we are trying to bring the different aspects that impact the efficiency and the sustainability of a fishery. Yeah, not only the environmental aspects, yeah, like they're coming from the oceanography or the selectivity of the fishing gear, but also the economic impact, yeah, coming from the fuel consumption, yeah, and trying to make the fishery as efficient as possible. Yeah. Another aspect that we have been working on, which is on also another key enabling technology related to the Industry 4.0, is robotics or autonomous vehicles. Yeah, and so we set out to develop a drone specifically designed for free school tuna fishing a couple of years ago. And the idea behind was to deliver a technology that could make free school fishing more economically viable. Yeah, we believe that the proliferations of fat fishing in the last year was mainly due to the fact that it was the most efficient way of fishing tuna, and we should also invest in developing other, let's say, alternative technologies that could provide for more sustainable fishing. Yeah, and we all believe that free school fishing, yeah, it has less problems with aggregation of juvenile catch, or also the aggregation of non-target species or bycatch in the fish schools. Yeah, so again, yeah, I will try to be very brief by showing a video of how the technology is working and where we are at the moment. Yeah. So right now we are working again on visual recognition. Yeah, we want to provide our customers with the tools that can allow them for, let's say, automatic recognition of events in the ocean. Yeah, so whenever something is seen from the drone, we want to avoid, let's say, a dedicated person on the bridge looking at the screen. Yeah, so we are working now with different partners here in Spain to provide all the visual recognition tools, yeah, that will allow for this automatic vision in the near future. And then I will start finishing my presentation, yeah, by bringing in conclusions, yeah. And for us, the main conclusion is that technology is not only part of the problem in fisheries, because in the past, we always feel as technology providers that the fishing industry has always, in terms of prohibition of limitation of technology usage, yeah, is a bit different from other industries. But we believe that it's not only part of the problem, but we are part of the solution as well, yeah. So we think that tuna is one of the healthiest sources of protein and one of the large few sources remaining of wild fish protein, yeah. And I think with this technology of smart buoys, yeah, we have been able to maintain a very cost-efficient, we have been able to provide a very cost-efficient way of fishing the tuna. In terms of fuel efficiency, as stated, yeah, also in some other presentations, yeah, that pure seining is the most fuel efficient, and in terms of carbon footprint is the best. Also has another associated problems, yeah, but we believe that also again with technology in terms of selectivity, in terms of acoustics, etc., that we are able to increase and improve, let's say, the effectivity of that fishery. And at the same time, also, we are, through technology again, and I think today, the remote electronic monitoring was mentioned in several of the presentations as well. We, Marine Instruments, together with our partners from Archipelago Marine Research, yeah, we are the biggest system provider of remote electronic systems worldwide, because we do believe that it's not only about efficiency, but it's also about control, it's also about transparency, and it's also about accountability of fisheries, yeah. And again, technology can be also part of that solution, yeah. And so we can address sustainability from all the three perspectives, yeah. Not only the environmental one, but also the economic and the social one. And with that, I will finish my presentation, and then I will thank you again for your attention, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for showing this panorama of very exciting and innovating solutions. We are running a little bit on overtime here, but I want to ask the participants in the final panel before we go to the closure of this one question, and that is of course related to technology. We've heard about drones, we've heard about acoustics, we've heard about blockchain traceability, etc. If you were to choose one single technology from a the most cost-effective way of using new technology in terms of increasing sustainability of fisheries. Of course, it's complex, it's varied, it's different from fishery to fisheries, probably stock by stock, etc. But if there's one overall, if you were to choose one single technology on a cost-effective basis, which one would you use or recommend, or would you point at as being the best solution? So we'll start with Martin, then Kenneth, and Gabriel Gomez. Martin, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lam. Yes, that's quite a difficult question to just answer off the cuff, but I think you know, the technology or the possibilities around technology really provides a lot of opportunities for small-scale fisheries, this type of sector that we work with, to provide you know, access to data, greater transparency in operations. I'm just thinking on some of the things that we are doing around vessel tracking devices, low-cost vessel tracking, for instance. I would say probably mobile technology and the possibilities around mobile technology, GSM networks, and so on is really creates a lot of opportunities. I think we just need to be careful when it comes to technology. It can also create further unfair advantages to industrial fisheries. I mean, some of the things we've been seeing on drones, for instance, might provide solutions on lower impacts, but it needs to be properly managed and framed and controlled. Otherwise, we lead to further issues around effort creep and more efficient operations, which further leave behind the small-scale sector. So, you know, as long as those things are properly managed, it can provide you know, solutions, but otherwise it can further skew the markets and leave small-scale fishing further behind.
Yeah, thank you, Martin, and thank you for also pointing to the crucial importance of effective fisheries management. Without effective fisheries management, whatever we do, the situation will not improve. To the contrary. Ken, please.
Thanks, Dr. Lam. Really good question, and I think in the Pacific context, you know, the technology that I would probably like to see gain widespread adoption really is around electronic reporting. I think we still, you know, despite you know, the last 8 years that I've been involved in fisheries, there have been advances in you know, getting data quicker to the decision makers, to the authorities, to fishing companies, but we still quite haven't cracked that. And I think, you know, that would definitely be a game changer for us here in the Pacific.
Thank you, Ken. And Gabriel, your comment?
Well, I think similar to my two former colleagues, yeah, I think it's all the technologies which are linked to bringing more control and transparency from, let's say, from sea to table, yeah. So I was very glad of the presentation on blockchain, yeah, which is a buzzword as well of the moment, like artificial intelligence. But I think there is a number of technologies and also this viewpoint that there is no one single silver bullet, yeah. So there is the combination of remote electronic monitoring, electronic reporting, AIS, blockchain, etc. Yeah, it's linking all that information and bringing that so we can provide better traceability, better accountability, and those fishermen who are doing a good job and they are being honest and ethical, they are able to bring their goods to the market. Those who are not playing the proper game, yeah, those are left behind, yeah. And I think then the market should then go for industrial fisheries or small-scale fisheries, because each of those, they can coexist and they have their advantages. Important is that there are control mechanisms and there is transparency so the customers can make educated choices, yeah, when they go shopping their tuna.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriel, and thank you to Martin and Ken for this very interesting panel, and you made it very easy to understand the importance of these and the potential importance of these technologies and the impact it could have not only on the tuna sector in terms of increasing sustainability, but also in the industry as such, across the industry. Before giving the floor back to INFOFISH, I'd like to remind everyone that the presentations singularly will not be available, but the whole conference, the whole webinar, the whole PRELUDE is available online. So you can download, you can look at it. It's as a video recording in YouTube. So I'd like to thank all the participants, the audience. It's been a very engaging webinar. It has shown how dynamic the tuna industry is, that it has been maybe surprisingly resilient and robust in this this year of the crisis of the COVID, which we've heard will continue with the impact on the industry for at least way into next year and maybe all of next year. We see how trade flows, how important trade is in the tuna industry. We see the trends that consumers are not only caring about the environmental sustainability, the state of stocks, but also the conditions under which the fish is being processed, caught, etc. So the living conditions, livelihoods of those who are engaged in the sector are being more and more paid attention to by consumers and therefore also of retailers, of course. We heard about the importance of labeling, of certification, traceability, the use of technology. We've also heard from the industry. We've seen how many very encouraging and important initiatives by industry in terms of improving the sustainability of their own practices, but also how industry is now engaging in improving the environmental sustainability of many stocks through improvement programs, through PIPs, etc., and other activities. We've heard that they are working more together with the RFMOs to make the management of resources more effective. And we've heard also that the working conditions on board are also now being paid much more attention to, not only through implementation of ILO Convention 188, but also the retailers in many countries of the world through associations and others are really focusing on the livelihoods and the well-being of everyone who is involved in the sector. And that has become also a parameter that increasingly in the future will be certified. We hope that there will be not too many competing standards or labels or certification systems, but certainly the issue of social responsibility, social sustainability is an issue that is becoming more and more mainstream in the tuna sector and across the seafood industry as such. So with that, I'll just thank you, panelists, INFOFISH, and the audience that have stayed with us for more than 4 hours. I'm sorry that I was a little bit too lenient maybe as a moderator and gave you in the end 20-25 minutes, but we've managed to keep 140 participants for all this time. So I think it's been well worth it. So thank you very much. And I give the floor back to INFOFISH.
Thank you, Dr. Audun, for that wonderful summary. On behalf of the director of INFOFISH and the rest of the INFOFISH team, we would like to thank you for giving your time to moderate this event and also your coordination in ensuring the swift running of the program. Yeah, thank you for that. We are also mindful that it is indeed an inconvenient time from your side, and we sincerely thank you for accommodating our request and invitation. We look forward to continuing to work together and collaborating in future INFOFISH events. Also, a thank you note to all our speakers for taking the time over your busy schedules to share with us your valuable insights of the different areas that you are specialized in. I believe most of the participants have taken note of some of the important messages from your presentations. Please also do take time to fill the poll questions for all participants that are provided in the poll tab below. Also, if you'd like to get copies of this presentation, you can also email us at info@infofish.org. You can find the email address on the chat box below. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. I would like to acknowledge everyone for participating. A special thank you once again to our sponsors for this Prelude event, SetLink, Digital Observer Services, Maxa, Holland, and Hermasa. Thank you for your kind contribution in making this event a success. Also, thank you to FAO, ILO, and other organizations and individuals that have supported and or promoted the event across your networks. Just before we close off, I would like to announce that INFOFISH is organizing a tuna fishery in the Pacific amidst COVID-19 webinar that is scheduled on the 25th of November next month. In this webinar, we will be engaging the frontliners of the tuna industry from the Pacific. So we encourage participants to register for this event. The link for the registration is provided in the chat box. Also, as mentioned by the director of INFOFISH, Ms. Sherlyn, in her opening remarks, the World Tuna 2021, which is scheduled next year, on the 19th to the 21st of May, which will now be on virtual. So please keep a lookout for updates and promotions on our INFOFISH website and social media. We hope to see everyone in these events. So from all of us here at INFOFISH, we would like to say thank you to everyone, wishing everyone a great week. Goodbye and stay safe.
Masa is the world leader in the manufacture of equipment for canned fish. For half a century, our company has been ahead of the market, proposing new machines, new stimuli to the sector. Each model we patent increases the productivity or efficiency of the previous one.
Thank you, Aldun.